Hey, just off. Just got off. Well, not just, but like, that's exactly it. Just
I feel you. I feel you.
kind of tired. Just
Fair, fair. I mean, if you don't want to like do this, and I totally understand. I was just offering like, oh hey, if you don't have stuff prepared,
I
but
don't have a
totally
ton, but
understand.
I'm more than willing to kind of just have a casual bit of a hangout.
Heck yeah. Lista para tara engos.
And of course, the internet's gonna be AT&T, which is a synonym for terrible.
So like maybe 10, I think.
Hello. Sorry, as soon as you got on, my internet disconnected.
Oh,
Ah, I thought you were there the entire time, Andrew. I didn't even know you were gone.
same here. Same here.
I didn't know I was gone until it was too late.
I was
Sounds
just
like
asking
a
Jacob,
an
what are you
ending,
guys up to?
like climactic, uh, dialogue from a character in a movie. I
Mm,
didn't know I was gone until it was too late.
yes,
I'm pretty
Synchro.
sure that's essentially the final. That's basically Dracula's final line in Castlevania Season 2.
Is it? That makes sense.
Basically.
That
Yeah.
does.
But are you talking about the animated series on Netflix?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah,
If you haven't seen it, you should, because it's so good.
I have.
Okay.
I refuse to watch it because I used to play the games.
I. I
All
completely
right.
understand that, and I have seen a lot of discourse that talking about how it is different than the games, but it's still really good. And
Oh
I'm
yeah,
sure
like
it is.
if you go in and like think of it as the game, it's not the game because the game is essentially beat
I
baddies
know.
until you get to Dracula and upgrades and stuff. But I really like it. I will admit I wasn't a big fan of the final like ending of it, but
I thought Trevor should have
you know,
died, or at
yeah.
least stayed
Everybody
dead.
did. Like, so I watched a few episodes while Richard was watching it.
Mm-hmm.
I was not impressed.
I also think honestly Dracula should have stayed dead.
Yeah, I'm
Or
with you on
maybe
that.
maybe not Dracula, but at least his
Lisa?
Isn't
wife.
that kind of how it all goes?
I mean, yes, but like, I
They
like
were
the
all
idea
kind of
of them
terrible people.
finding peace in this
No, that's fair.
horribly
I'm
twisted
totally
hellscape.
for I'm totally for that. It just with the logic of what they were setting up, it didn't feel like it made sense. It felt like, oh, how are we gonna end this like on a happy note for them? And it's like, oh, they just somehow were I don't know,
The thing
man.
is, they
It's
had their
They're
happy
alive.
ending. They had their happy
yeah.
ending when they were both dead.
Mhm.
Like that. That was kind of the point.
That was everybody's happy ending. They died.
Yeah.
Honestly, kinda.
Yeah.
You know what I was watching today?
What?
What?
Fairy tale. I've gone back and
You're watching
I've
it for what, the 11th time now?
no. Like I've never actually. So I watched up to the book of Zareth whenever they start going through the demons,
Mm.
but I've never actually finished it. I went and read the manga because I could not wait for the ending on the anime. So I was like, okay, now that I know what happens, I'm satisfied with that, and I'll wait for it to come out in English. And I never went back and watched it. So I'm working my way through it from the 7-year gap because I will never start it all the way back over again. The first 3 seasons just suck you in and they never let you go. And then for some reason, I never get past them if I start it from there. So yeah. Yep. I've watched a lot of anime lately.
Nice.
I was also sick this last week too, so. In my misery, I could do nothing but try to breathe and watch anime or read a book.
Oh no, I feel I was sick like not too long ago as well.
Yep.
That was all. I've really gotten back into the Limitless soundtrack. It's really nice.
Mostly I've been writing today.
I've been
Mostly today I kind of left.
I've been doing a lot of formatting because one thing that I was hoping to do around Wednesday was because I've been doing a lot of game design stuff. I wanted to do like a first official playtest packet and put that all together, and then I realized I didn't have a lot of the boring stuff that I need to have that really is just kind of ubiquitous between systems written, and so I have been writing that.
I demand one thing from you. From now on, when we test one of your systems, I demand that you find or make us a PDF before we go into it, because it was a nightmare for that last one. I went looking everywhere for a PDF for them, and I could not find one.
To be fair, that is a new game,
worked.
and Dragonbane was completely new, and I
loved it.
I bought my box set on Amazon, and it was, and I kind of regret that decision because after doing so, I was looking on their website, and if you order the game on their website, it just comes with a PDF of the rulebook. And I found that out after the fact, so just kind of mad at myself about that. And so
honestly, I don't mind not having a PDF. A lot of times I just like do paper stuff anyway for like notes. And honestly, you don't have to go through all that much, especially like for me. I'm cool with pretty much whatever as long as I can understand stuff.
Right.
I don't mind being a guinea pig. I just need the worksheet so I can figure out how to do things. That's all.
Yep. And the quick start guide had all of the rules and information except for character creation. And that was the problem.
That was like I'm like, what the hell? What? It's like, okay, I can do all these things, but what the hell do I do with the damn character?
Right. Well, I think with the quick start guide, they were just expecting you to use one of their pre-generated characters to walk through the adventure, and just kind of get a feel for the system that way.
I'm not that easy.
I know.
I'm not. I'm sorry. Like, customizing characters is something I do.
Mm-hmm.
I love to, but I felt my character turned out great. Mm-hmm. Even after I messed her up, I was like, oh no, why did I do that? But yeah, it turned out good, and I really liked that last campaign, Andrew. It was really good.
Thank you. Yeah, because I've been doing a lot of kind of just reflecting back on that and thinking about how I can adapt some of the ideas in there for going forward. And yeah, they're just having been able to play through it and see how it worked helps a lot because instead of just reading it.
I will admit, the dice rolls in that version of the game, I liked it.
The low rolling.
Yes, the low rolling made my heart feel so good because it's like I don't have to be scared to get anything under a 10.
But now you have to be scared for getting over a 10.
Yeah, but still, I mean, but the consequences aren't nearly as bad as they are in some of the D&D. Like, you get a 10, it's like, in a certain scenario, you're just dead. Depending on what you're up against. And with Andrew, we all know it's going to be something demonish or hellish or...
Ironic you say demonish because,
monster.
I mean, a nat 1 is, or a nat 20 is called the demon.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Also, that reminds me, have you ever seen, like, the kids on bikes or kids on brooms, TTRPG stuff, Andrew?
I've seen it, and I have heard stuff about it, but I have not actually gotten a chance to read it or, deeply read into it or play it. So I have a very loose understanding of the rules.
I really like that system, because instead of having a number for, like, your rolls and stuff, you have dice. So, like, your lowest stat would be, like, a d4 that you have to roll every time you want to complete a check. And your highest stat would be, like, a d20 you have to complete to do a stat. It's like, okay, you're really bad at these things, and it's going to be really hard to do them, but you're also pretty good at some things, and it's like, I think the normal difficulty rating for most things is, like, 5 to 10 or something, and then, like, higher stuff, obviously, for 20s, or like, oh man, it's impossible unless you're a master in the subject, and you have a d20. I like that a little bit. It was kind of fun messing with.
Because I know when I did the analog RPG creation class at Webster, the game that my team, the team I worked with created was kind of similar to that in that with all of your skills, you got different dice based on your scores. And so you'd have a d20 plus a d4 or a d6 to determine your skills. And so it was sort of like that, but it wasn't just the flat. Yeah.
I always think it's interesting seeing some TTRPGs and how they do character, like, sheets in general, or how they do different scores.
Mm-hmm. Like, my main thing is the character sheet should kind of have the basics to walk you through character creation, just by kind of being able to look through it and have, like, if you're somewhat skilled with the games and such, you should be able to look at a character sheet and be able to walk yourself through it without having to have any sort of quick start guide. That said, you should always have a quick start guide just to refer back to, just in case it's not intuitive. But, like, intuition is the goal.
I full-heartedly agree with thine, Andrew. I agree with thine perception on the modern-day tabletop role-playing game. Yeah.
Where?
Also, I don't know, is Star coming today? I heard something that Star might not.
Right.
I know Sarah is, but...
Yeah, Sarah said she might jump on just to kind of listen and hang out. But yeah, once again, I was just...
Yeah.
The whole thing is, like, since we can't have everyone and half the party is unavailable or kind of preoccupied, at best this is just kind of going to be kind of a casual hangout.
Yeah.
If there's something specific you want to do or, like, talk through, I'm happy to help with that, but... Like,
I mean, we already kind of talked a little bit about stuff I wanted to do.
Mm-hmm.
I thought it might be nice, getting through that without, like, other people.
Sure.
Or NPCs being like, oh, we need adventurers to do this.
Exactly. Yeah, I was like,
so it doesn't take up free time.
Yeah, I didn't want to, like, pitch this as like, oh hey, this is gonna be the next major chapter where everything is going to be significantly moving forward and everything is going to be falling apart or resolving. Because that's not what I have, and that would be kind of an everyone here kind of thing.
Yeah, no, I totally agree.
So, have you made up the map for the next area we're going to be into? The town, at least?
I have not gotten a map.
Or found a map?
I have basically spent my... Usually I do a lot of my work on Saturdays, but it's kind of been a little bit off this past week, and so I haven't been able to do as much as I would have liked to. But I've still got about 4.5 to 6 pages of just locations and characters and information.
Yeah.
Which, yeah, it's cool, and I can't wait to actually dive into all of that when I've got everything pulled together.
Would Tsubaki be able to get the map before everybody else, considering she's been there before?
Well, I mean, there's not a map to be got right now. I don't.
Right.
I know. I meant when you get it up and running.
Maybe.
It's just a question.
Honestly, probably not. I like to just kind of share the maps and such with everyone first time, but you would be more familiar with kind of where things are. That there are several different inns and taverns around. There are this is a port city, or not port city, but a port town. It's on the larger side of towns, and there are people who are kind of constantly coming and going. So it is basically consistently awash with every sort of person, and you can find people from every walk of life, from everything. And doing anything here, which makes it very much a storied town. And so there's a lot of adventure, there's a lot of narrative, there's all sorts of that kind of bits here. And I've been working a lot to kind of try and incorporate myths and legends and such into the actual world building, which...
That's cool.
Yeah. It's just taken a good bit of time because I've been preoccupied.
No hurry. Nope. I figured life is life, and you gotta do it.
Oh, I mean, I don't want to put a downer or anything, but on Friday, we had to. One of the things that's kind of been putting me out was we had to put our dog down, and so that just has sucked, to put it mildly. Yeah. And so I've been a little bit out of it.
For your loss.
Thank you.
Dude, if you need to take more time than that to get it together, go ahead and take it.
Yeah, I mean,
don't worry about us.
We don't have to,
I was about to say, literally, do not worry about us if you've got other things to do.
No, it helps to ground me, and it's...
you know what I mean.
Yeah, it just also it helps that I'm not at my house, because that would actually be much worse for getting things done, because,
That's alright.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's kind of what I've been going through, just as far as having things getting slowed down.
Hey, Sarah.
Hello.
Hello.
How is everything?
Pretty good.
That's good.
I have adventure themed play, as I was talking about before, Sarah.
I might not be on for much longer, because if we're not going to do much tonight, I'm going to go back to writing and...
I don't blame it.
Alone.
Yeah.
But I don't mind hanging out for a little while, though.
Mm-hmm.
That's fair.
I mean, I was going to suggest downtime stuff if you were into it, Andrew.
I'm open. Sorry I wasn't able to do a ton of responding because I was at work.
no,
Oh
that's
no!
fair.
Again, I completely understand. I mean, honestly, you responded extremely fast.
But yeah, no, I know you've been texting me a lot about things that you are looking into and doing.
Yes.
What are your plans? Because you've been
So,
looking at a lot of travel
first things
time.
Yeah. First things first, I would like to buy, if I can, 20 pounds, or actually, let's just do 5 pounds of, like, ivory, and maybe 20 pounds of platinum.
From where?
And I was
Don't
wondering if
tell-
those.
Don't tell Zace about the ivory. You know how they are about bones.
That's fair.
From
That's
where?
interesting. In
Where are you
in
gonna
the
get the ivory?
port town, is there like I assume ivory would be more like a
Ah.
jeweler's thing, maybe?
That
You also
getting
about
to
to say,
somewhere
you
that would
also
have
might
20
find-
pounds of ivory, that might be an encounter on its own.
Okay, fair. What about like just do
what kind of ivory you looking for, Jacob? There's ivory from a lot of things out there.
yeah, I'm just looking for general ivory.
I do
Is
know.
there like a place that sells ivory in like smaller quantities?
Do we
maybe?
have access to walruses and narwhals in this port town?
Whales would be also another good source. Like whaling towns.
Right. You guys are in a slightly more warmer environment, so walruses and narwhals are going to be more to the northern.
No, okay.
You could charter a boat and go fishing and go hunting, but that would be a substantial length of time. You might be able to... There are places below docks where you can engage with smuggled contraband and all sorts of different poached items. That would probably be the easiest way to get it from different heat-weathered animals and such.
Yeah.
But, like, if there isn't going to be a jeweler who has, 20 pounds of ivory just on their person.
Just lying around.
Yeah.
What do you need the ivory for, anyway?
Small statue of myself.
What? Okay, I've been wondering what all the stuff that you are getting is for. If you are making a bejeweled statue of yourself, I must question you. Why?
It might come up in game.
I know
like,
what...
I know that's a spell component.
I know what
that,
spell
but-
you're using, but I don't know what the end goal is, and I'm nervous.
It's pretty bad when you're getting Andrew to sweat.
Oh, no. Don't worry, I know how to balance around anything. But that's the thing.
Oh, good. Oh, good. I'm so glad.
The
If anybody
ivory, like itself and everything, and like statue is just more of it's not for anything big. It's basically just in case option, a contingency, if you will. But yeah,
A contingency. A
gonna be
contingency. Oh my god.
like, fairly far in the future, but
Just in
right
case,
now-
we need to, bribe someone not to kill us. Is that it?
Not even that. It's more. It's more along the lines of if someone's about to kill us, we're good.
Sorry, what
Dear
medals do you
God.
have on your person right now that you bought?
He
I know
had
you got-
gold, silver, bronze,
and
it
a bit
bronze?
of adamantium.
Yeah,
Copper,
I can
copper.
give you the exact list. I have 2 pounds of adamantium, 5 pounds of lead, 20 pounds of copper, iron, gold, silver, and I have 36,000 GP worth of diamonds.
Yeah. My bad.
Because, like, there's a part of me that thinks that you're going to try and, like, make a dagger or, like, some sort of good, like, hardy knife out of the adamantine. But at the same time, I'm not sure.
An idea. I mean,
But
at
he's
some
also
point,
got
maybe.
the lead, so it's also going to be something like dual anti-magic?
The lead is... lead makes me curious.
It's
Yeah.
all part of.
Well, though, if you think of now that he said statue making, a lot of statues have lead at the center of them because it's a cheaper metal. So you start off with lead, and then you end up going to the precious metals on the outside.
True.
Makes it cheaper. Well,
but both Jacob and I know that lead is
that's just-
anti-magic.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah. Well, we all know now. I'll
'Cause
admit.
I've got a pizza incoming. Yay.
I knew that iron was good against fey creatures, but
Isn't
didn't know
actually
lead
this
was.
game, though?
I don't know about this game,
I
but
feel like
in most
Andrew would
lore-
add that in.
Iron against Fae? I wouldn't...
Usually,
I mean, that's
like
a thing.
I wouldn't say... I would not rely on that information. I'm sure that it is definitely a rumor that has been spread around.
So it's just a wise tale in this part of the world.
It was actually
yeah.
spread by Fae. It actually makes them stronger.
Because there used to be an old thing, actually, where people would keep rock salt in one pocket and iron shavings in the other. And if they thought a fae was following them, they'd take it and throw it at whoever or in their path or whatever it was.
Don't forget your garlic and
Well, I mean, that's from different, depending on what part you're from. England was more iron salt. Then the garlic came a little bit more east near Romania and all that place. You know.
The thing that I would
also like, depending on how long this downtime is. Oh, sorry, continue.
No, go ahead.
Oh, okay. I was just gonna say I would like to create like maybe 1 or 2 level 1 spell scrolls at some point.
Okay.
But that's
You're
gonna
dying
take
to get your hand.
a day or two for those in general.
Your hands on a teleportation scroll.
Oh, I am not hoping for a teleportation scroll anytime soon. Like a teleportation scroll is probably worth more than everything I have on me currently.
That is very much true, because keystones exist, and for a brief moment you had one in your hands.
Do teleportation circles exist?
They
What?
do.
We had a keystone?
Yes.
Okay. I think because I remember somewhere in my notes talking, or I had like down like, oh, the circle at wizard school or whatever. I forget where that is.
It's probably that topaz bit I got off of that one guy and gave to Dromage.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
The one that he looked terrified that you had.
awesome.
Yeah.
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 Did you basically have a teleportation circle in your hand and we didn't know it? Damn it!
No, that's not a teleportation circle. Like if you
Pilfered loot, we could... Oh.
if you have the teleport
Right.
spell, you can target that location with 100% precision.
Yeah.
And
because all you need is the circle for it.
well, no, not for the
Maybe.
teleport spell, the 7th level one. If you have the 7th level teleport spell and you have like a keystone, or something along those lines that is directly related to where it is going, it's basically you're always on target.
We saved
Right.
that school a lot of headache, didn't we?
You did. You also threw a lot of wrenches into their plans and what they're looking into, and
Mostly
you're
Zag'ra, but
yeah.
I'm still upset at myself about not thinking about the mirror.
It could have been anybody.
It could have been. I thought it was just the school being, paranoid wizards.
paranoid.
But now, the more I'm thinking about it, the more it's like, okay, it might not have been. There are plenty of other factors of beings that could have done stuff like that.
And
Oh, yeah.
here's another
That's
thing.
why I was just like,
Oh, go ahead. Go
no,
ahead.
go for it.
No. I'll wait.
Well, I forgot what I was gonna say, so it doesn't
Uh-oh.
matter anymore.
I'm sorry.
It's okay.
One thing
I
that I
do
know
that
you
all the
didn't
time.
do. One thing I know that you didn't do was check the mirrors in other people's rooms,
Yeah.
because there weren't sigils
I
on those.
thought about that too.
It's just you.
It could
Oh,
be just we didn't.
You
check.
were special. You were so special. Most of us just didn't care. I assumed they were spying on us. So I figured, why not just be as open as I possibly can about everything, so they have nothing to rebuff us for?
Mhm.
Just
That
act
was my
natural.
policy.
Yeah.
And for Tsubaki, that is being honestly out loud.
So, is there like a jeweler in this town?
I mean, it's a port city. There's got to be something.
There are some places that would buy and sell jewelry, not necessarily make it. They sort of serve as in-between people for having and collecting different bits and bobs from all over town and from people who are maybe trying to sell something off or pawn it. Like,
Okay, perfect. In that case, like, is there any place that deals with like just like gems or like jewelry that has like lots of gems on it, like sapphires, emeralds, and things like that?
if you're looking for something that does a lot of gems, no. That would be... I mean, there are places that deal with some gems, and then, like, what you're looking... The kinds of thing that they have here are within the 100 to 200 gold piece range. If you're
What
looking for
about
something
pearls?
beyond that, that wouldn't be really a thing in this town.
Yeah. Essentially, what I'm looking for is like just in-universe reasons to have spell components.
Gotcha.
That's essentially what I'm searching for. Like the gems and sapphires and everything is basically for like I mean there's lots of spells that require gems and things like that. I know we already have the Hero's Feast goblet. I think Desi has that.
Nope, we didn't take that.
They
Oh,
did
we
give
didn't?
it to
I
you
thought
guys.
it was given.
It was. Oh, did they give it to us? I
Yes.
thought I didn't know if we. I know that there was an option to take it, but I didn't know if we actually did.
So wait, who has that on them then?
Is it Zag'ra or Zace? Because I don't think I did.
thought
I think.
that was going straight to our hideout.
Oh, that might be it. They
Oh,
might
ma-
be
is
taking
it-
that
is
to our
it in-
tower,
That makes sense.
which
Is
I
it going
can't
straight
wait.
to our tower, Andrew?
I would send a message to clarify. Because as far as I understand it, they still have it.
Oh, I thought they gave it to Tsubaki. I don't know.
They
I don't
were
remember.
definitely able and ready to, but it seems like through all sorts of different things, if you don't have it written down, you didn't take it.
Fair enough.
You can send a
I
message and
would
have them
try
drop
it.
it off.
Hey,
Hey,
Zag'ra,
catch
I'm,
what
let's
you
just
were
say-
descending.
I'm gonna telepathically link to you. Then I'm gonna cast.
I
send-
actually have a sending stone from him. He gave me one.
Oh, Never mind. Okay, let's
Yeah,
use that then.
he literally gave me one. So yeah, I'm like, hey, could you drop this off at our new residence? There you go. Now somebody write it down.
Sure.
Yeah,
They
now
will
somebody
leave it
write it
for
down.
you. I am.
Cool, cool.
Oh, I was thinking somebody at our party, just so Andrew was like, oh, if you guys didn't write it down, I didn't write it down.
No. It's not that, like, the last couple episodes have had you guys picking up a lot of different inventory items. I don't have. I do not maintain your inventories. So there's been a lot of things moving around, and so it's easier for me to just say, if it's something that you wanted and picked up, and when we discussed and worked through, you write it down, you have it, you're maintaining it.
Oh yeah,
Okay.
it's really
Right.
weird, Andrew. I have a really powerful ring that lets me cast Wish 3 times in my inventory. I don't know how it got there, but I mean,
Hey, it was obviously not discussed, so you can't
Yeah.
have it.
Yeah.
I have a deck of many things in my inventory.
Okay. Thing is, the cards are on my side. I know what you're going to be picking then.
Gotta love the threads. Gotta love the threads.
Just throw in a little bit of Donjon and Void. There's a couple extra in there.
that's gonna add like a whole on adventure to the campaign.
Yeah. I was very picky when I decided to pick things.
Hey, no, that's fair.
I did not
Yeah.
want to be all. I really like these little stones though. Like they're
The Iron Stones.
and I've decided as I go through this, I may collect them all.
They're
I
fun.
may not use them all, but I've decided maybe I might collect those.
I get to put on a whole new disguise for this new area. That's fun.
And as soon as I can help you with that. Like make it more effective.
The only other one of these stones that I'd really want is either something for Constitution or Charisma. Wisdom and Intelligence, I guess I always downplay them because Charisma is my favorite stat, and Constitution I know is the most necessary to my life. Everything else, like Dexterity, if you want to walk in a straight line, you need Dexterity. Strength,
And if you
sometimes
wanna
you
dodge
need it
an
depending on
attack.
how magic. Yeah.
What does this one even? What does this item even do?
Also, question.
Right.
How do you spell scrolls? Do you subscribe to like the Xanathar's Guide way of like creating spell scrolls as a player? Like, is that like the format in this
Or do you have a
reality?
whole system?
I have my own thing, but it's probably similar.
All right. For Xanathar's Guide, essentially, you have to spend a total gold of like creating the inks and quill and everything, and then it depends on the level, and then it costs also time per level. So, for instance, a cantrip takes 1 day and 15 gold. First level is 1 day 25. Second is 3 days to 225. Third 1 week. Fourth 2, 4, 8, 16, 32, 48 weeks respectively for each level. And then the gold goes up like wicked for like just a 6th level spell. It's like 1,500 or something, or 15,000. Is that the similar way you were talking about?
Hang on. Because the way that I've kind of been thinking about it is one thing that I actually really like from the new Unearthed Arcanas. They basically just took the idea of make a spell scroll and turned it into a ritual. Here, let me go ahead and just kind of put that in chat because it's legitimately just really clean.
Yeah. So, scribe spell.
There's some things about it that I disagree with. Like, I don't think it should be its own spell, but I do think it should be like just a downtime ritual kind of activity, and that's kind of how I'm gonna tackle it with my game.
Totally
But
agree.
the general idea is basically the same. So
This is just for anyone who wants to know. This is the Xanthar's Guide version.
okay. Okay.
In a lot of ways,
gotcha.
yours is like more forgiving, honestly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or the Unearthed Arcana. I should say.
Okay, I see what you're doing. Yeah.
Yours really is nicer than. I actually like Andrew's version better.
It's not mine. I didn't
Sorry.
write it. I just
Well,
I read it
the
and
one
I was
you
like, yeah.
decided to pick for yourself is what I'm saying. Your decision, I feel like, is less time consuming.
Right, because that on one hand that makes sense as far as like just it takes time to do anything with magic. Like creating a permanent teleportation circle is just a pain.
Like
It's
the
the
year's worth of work.
right every day, and it's
Yeah.
just the worst. And so I tend to want to be more forgiving towards doing things like that.
Yeah.
And so on one hand, like, it makes sense why it
I'll be
should take a long time, but at the other hand, like, it makes it just so much less appealing as an option. Because, like,
Yeah,
why would I do this?
I understand. Okay.
So with the Unearthed Arcana rules, would I be able to make like a spell scroll like in this sort of
Yeah.
downtime session?
Oh yeah. So it just takes 2 hours per level of this spell you're scribing. Which spells are you wanting to make?
So to do I kind of wanted to do like a feather fall, just be safe. Because I wanted to pass some of these out as well as like, oh hey, in case of danger, pair this or whatever.
Okay.
I was looking at feather fall, enlarge, reduce, levitate, and maybe sending, but that's like going to third level, so I don't know. But yeah, those were the ones I was kind of looking at and wanting to copy down and be able to use at a later date. I still have my Tinsar's floating disc spell scroll in my inventory from like I think that was like session 4.
You've had that one for a while.
Yeah, it's a nice thing. Like, oh, okay, I'm out of spell slots. Tear.
Mhm.
I like the idea of having.
Jacob,
spells.
do you need health potions?
I mean, I won't say no to them.
I will give you 3 because I have a bunch now. I bought 10 and I already had 3 on me. So yeah.
I will add
So
those.
I will give you 3 just so I can get this out of my inventory.
The only thing I would note, since since this is kind of a casual downtime, would be to note the cost of inks for the spell to be scribed.
Yes. Yes. I was just gonna take the gold out of my inventory.
That makes sense.
If you were okay with that.
I am willing to, for this time and this time specifically. Sure, go ahead.
Sweet. Thanks so much. Also, Desi, you said 3,
Yeah.
and those are regular potions of healing, not like greater.
Yep, just regular potion of healing.
Yeah, because you bought them out at where you last were.
Yeah, you essentially bought like the rack of potions that they had behind.
Yeah. I figured I'd give you some, and then I think I'm gonna give some to Zace. I know Zag'ra got some as well.
Awesome possum. I am putting those potions of healing in my bag of holding.
It's just
So
giving me
if any
free
of us
license.
go down, yeah.
Gives me free license to make encounters harder.
Oh. Yeah.
Okay, next time we share things without Andrew knowing.
No.
He's like, no, don't do that. Well, you're gonna tell me you're gonna make my life harder. I'm gonna tell you, stop telling you things.
You knew your life was gonna get harder the moment you bought them. That's what that should have been.
No such thing.
That should be.
This was just me thinking ahead. I am an overly cautious individual most of the time when it comes to games. Like, I grind hard on the lower levels before I will even attempt anything higher than a certain level.
But no, if I'm giving you opportunities to stock up, that means I know that something's coming. Usually.
That's true. That is true.
I also say I've been looking at spells and stuff, and I see all the like wizards' names attached to spells. You know, like Mordekainen's Intellect Fortress.
Yeah.
And everything. And then I see Drawmage instant summons.
Mm-hmm.
What?
So Drawmage has his own spell, and it's called Dramage's instant summons.
He also has
you
more.
Have that spell? Could you summon him?
No, it's not. It doesn't summon him. Basically, the spell lets you basically disappear something and etch on the sapphire, or not disappear something, but like you can essentially link an object to 1,000 GP sapphire, and then when you crush the sapphire, the object appears in your hand. My only problem with this spell is like, I feel like it should be like a level 5. Because just looking at it and everything, like, oh, it looks really convenient and everything. I don't know if the sapphire like emits magic or if that's like detectable or whatever.
You said it was a 5,000 gold piece sapphire?
1,000 gold piece.
Okay. So you basically spend 1,000 gold every time you cast this spell because you have to have the gemstone, and then in order you crush it, and it's useless then basically.
Yeah. And that's one of my problems with it. The other one is if a creature is holding your weapon, you don't get the weapon. You just know the creature's location.
Oh.
I mean, I guess the thing that makes it 6th level is that you can summon it from other planes of existence. Which
Yeah.
is, nice, but I don't know. It feels like a little warped to me. Sorry, I went on that anecdote because I was looking at spells.
No, I don't think you're wrong. Because the spell that I think of when you're saying that, Vault of Amber, which granted is a homebrew spell, but it's a 4th level that's kind of similar. That's really good for transporting things. Oh yeah. Yeah.
It's the one in
it's the freezer.
Circle.
Yeah. It's the 2-body freezer. I didn't say it first.
No, I understand. Especially if you cast like Feign Death and then cast it. It's great.
Well, no, it wasn't even designed for that. It was just you pick up 2 corpses, you put them in there, and you dump them out when you're in the past. Wait, where were you in season 2? Did Caleb say his plan?
I finished season 2.
Okay, it was I go back, reprogram illusions to hear so that my young kid self hears a bunch of screaming. I dump 2 bodies out of the vault, and I tell my parents, go to Taldore, I'll see you in 27 years. Here's a book. And a bunch of gems.
Yeah, I remember that now. It's been a bit, but yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, man. The whole Mighty Nine campaign was really fun.
I love them so much.
One of my favorite moments was the Jester's God. It's like,
oh,
I have no idea what I'm doing.
everything's fucking chaos. It's great. The Traveler's awesome. I am so glad that they're getting an animated series for the Mighty Nine.
Yeah, I mean, it's already got, isn't it? Like,
Oh, yeah,
watch episodes.
No, that's Vox Machina. They've got 2 seasons of that out
Oh,
now.
you're right. That is Vox Machina.
I am back.
Howdy.
But the Mighty Nine has been confirmed, and it is already written, I think, and being made.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah.
Great.
And next week they're actually doing the Mighty Nine Solstice thing, which is... I'm scared. I'm just scared. Because... Has it really been almost a year? Oh, man.
Yeah. Is it Thursday yet?
No, have you been following what happened in Season 3?
I haven't even started Season 3.
I don't blame you.
It's just, like, when they first started Season 3, I'm like, okay, I can either watch this, like, week by week, and, like, every time I don't see, like, an episode, be like, aw, man, and, like, have other stuff to do, and then, like, lose interest. Or I can just wait for there to be a few episodes and, like, watch them all at once, watch a few episodes. The problem with that was I didn't watch it for a while, forgot about it, and then the next time I looked, I think they're on, like, 49 or 50 or something now. And I'm like, well, now it's a really big commitment.
On one hand, it's great. Like, once you get to the keys activation, like, that was, like... I was stressed for about an entire month, just, like, in the build-up to the Malleus key. Which... Jesus, that thing's terrifying.
No, I'll take these. I don't like peanut butter. Okay, I'm taking 2 of these.
The thing that I was asking about was because at the base of that key, there was a moment where both Marisha and Liam had 3 characters on the scene, and it seemed like all of them might have died.
Yeah.
Oh. I don't even know what you're talking about, but it sounds funny.
No.
I assume...
This is the champion of a god, an immortal archdruid, a 20th level wizard, an archivist who is basically preserving all the history of the known world, and the undead vestige of Delilah Briarwood, and a human warrior working with said archdruid, and they all might have been wiped off the board in the span of about 5 minutes.
Oh.
Holy shit.
As I said, I'm impressed with that.
It was...
That DM was ruthless.
It's Matt Mercer.
That DM was ruthless.
There was a point in... Because... There was a point where Taliesin looked to Matt and he's just like, Jesus Christ, Matt, stop. Because he had one of their villains for Season 3. Keyleth showed up in her rock elemental form, and she was unconscious after 1 round of combat.
Oh my god.
Yeah, it was... That was terrifying.
God.
It does, also...
I will never call you unfair ever again, Andrew. Never!
No. Sometimes it's fair.
Save that sound clip. Save that sound clip.
Okay, don't worry.
Then the next time any of us say you do something unfair, just play it.
Yeah.
Add it to the soundboard.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And good thing I know you're not recording right now, so...
I'm
I will
sorry,
not be
what?
keeping that, probably. What?
How
I
do you
didn't
know
say
this?
anything. You're not recording this.
I wouldn't assume something like that. This could be.
Yeah.
This could be behind the
I'm
scenes.
I'm safe to assume this.
The only way to I was gonna say the only way to ensure that this isn't gonna be clipped or sound, you just gotta say a lot of curse words. So like the monetization just like gets bleeped out, just removed from YouTube.
You think I care about demonetization? How quaint. I have 12 subscribers. I care about data repositories.
Yeah. Does anyone else want to do like downtime activities in the city? I'm still like checking.
I am literally, honestly, just about to get off. Well,
Okay.
it was nice
Well, just
chatting
turn the
with
table.
y'all.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, what'd you say, Sarah?
And I hope you all had a nice evening, and
Oh, yeah.
this was fun.
Yeah,
I
it's
like
good to
hanging
hang
out
out.
with you guys.
See you, Desi.
Bye, Jacob. See you around.
See ya.
See ya.
Bye, Mom. I heard in the background.
Mom says bye to Jacob. She honestly only wants me to play D&D with you just to make sure you're still alive
Mm.
and Mary hasn't killed you. Because Mary would never tell me if she did. Or maybe she would.
Conundrum.
Anyways. See ya, Sarah.
Yeah.
For the
So,
record, I
what
was
do you
totally
like?
recording the whole thing.
Yeah, I
I know.
thought you were.
I have that soundbite.
Heck yeah.
We must make a YouTube. Yeah, I can't talk. I can't talk, so I'm gonna type. No, never mind. We must make a YouTube short of it.
Mhm.
There we go. That should not have taken 3 tries to say.
Yeah, it happens. It's so good.
Anyway, what all is there to do in the port?
It's sort of on one hand, just since we're right now kind of being casual, it's really kind of dealer's choice. But they have it is a place that is primarily for trade, and so you can find lots of different sorts of exotic foods, exotic, not necessarily materials, but exotic items that get passed through here. You are able to find. They have some alchemists and some chemists and sorts. They've got 3 major inns and several taverns, not necessarily all attached to one another, though some of them serve dual purposes. There are there are shipping docks. You could, if you wanted to, you could charter a boat and just sail away from the continent and just not look back. But yeah.
Not the worst idea.
There are people who are looking for you.
Yeah. I mean, you're not wrong.
And they will find you.
Also, can I just say, for the past, I want to say, like, since I started D&D, I have greatly misunderstood what rope trick does.
Yes. Yeah, no, I was like, oh, I just read the name of the spell and just kind of, like, passed by, like, why would I need that? And then, like, when I was doing the ability unlocked with you, I actually read it, I'm like, wait, this is actually, like, legitimately awesome.
Oh yeah, no, ability unlocked is actually where I first realized what rope trick really did as well. Because for the longest time I thought like, oh, if you're in mid fall, you can like use it and then like climb back up, or you, like if you're like dangling from a cliff and like a rock's about to get out, you can use. But no, you have a whole freaking space in there.
Yeah, you basically create an invisible tree fort on a demiplane.
Yeah.
And it's a 2nd level spell, and it's awesome.
So sorry, as you were saying, Sarah, Zag'ra.
I have no idea.
But because I know Desi wants to go to Port Coventry in this area because her character lost a bag while touring, and I think that's the only
I mean,
reason.
that's where we could charter a boat and sail around to. We could buy a boat and sail it around to our little port hideout.
That is true. It's on the other side of the continent, but that is true.
Hitch, thoughts on buying a boat?
Yeah, how much is chartering or buying just a straight up boat? Or honestly, wait, how far off coast is it?
Here, let me go ahead and pull up the owlbear so you can see
Oh, alright.
where Port Coventry is versus
Okay.
where your fortress is.
They
'Cause-
are kind of far away, I know.
They are, yes. They're on opposite sides of the continent, and there isn't a Panama Canal.
Oh, for
Perhaps
some
there
reason I
should
thought
be,
our
because right
fort
around
was-
here would be a good place for a Panama Canal.
For some reason, I thought Port Coventry was the place where the fortress thing was.
Nah, we're here.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Your thing is here, and your guys' space is like right
Yep.
is down
Yep.
there. There's a bit of a
I-
gap.
Why would we go to Port Coventry then again? I thought it was because specifically this.
Desi needs to pick up a bag.
Oh, gotcha.
Uh-huh.
Other than that, we don't really have a reason to be here.
That's very true.
Other than not wanting to go to Bone Grove.
Which is quite funny given all of the conversations Jacob and I have had.
Yeah.
All about going back to Bone Grove?
Yeah.
Not exactly. I mean, there's some, but I mean, for me specifically, I want to go to Bone Grove.
I feel like Jacob talked to me about this too. Did he suggest turning into Hawk while carrying a horse?
What? Oh,
Yeah.
that. No, that was for that was a whole nother thing. But I mean that
I
is
should
fair.
be
And
inside of Bone Grove in 2-ish days by giant owl holding horse.
yeah. That
By
was
Holly-
that was a whole nother thing with the port. Like, if we ever do choose to go there, I think I can technically take us in like maybe a day and a half or two. Technically? Question mark?
Did I cut out?
Nope.
I mean, I hear you.
Yeah, no, I was just being quiet.
I didn't catch the last one, Jacob. You can technically
I mean,
What?
I could technically get us there in like a day and a half, maybe.
by giant owl carrying horse.
Well, not we're just turning the horse into giant owl.
Then you have to control the owl horse.
Yeah. Brought to you by the makers of Owlbear. Owl Horse.
I mean, technically speaking, that is basically how owlbears were created. It was just an arcane experiment gone wrong, and then they got loose into the wild and proliferated greatly.
Yeah.
Could I ride something out of the bag of tricks? Oh, totally. If I get dire wolf or giant elk, I could ride the bag of tricks.
You can what the bag of tricks? Ride. Okay.
Ride it.
Yes. My brain heard the word fry, and I'm like, what? But yes, you technically could summon a creature who is a mount. Of your fey creature who
Question, can you
seems...
polymorph Pom-Pom?
What'd you say?
Can you polymorph Pom-Pom?
Probably.
Yeah. It would work.
That's
Oh, also,
fine.
didn't you want to talk to Pom Pom through me?
Yeah, can I talk to Pom-Pom real fast as far as this downtime?
Sure.
Good thing. Hold on, let me establish the link, and in my mind, hello Pom Pom.
Hello.
Pom Pom says hello.
Aw. Okay, now, where are blizzards? I'm gonna scroll up a bit. Find it. Okay, Pom-Pom, I know your actual name is Mooncloud, and Pom-Pom's just a nickname I gave you. But question, is your name Mooncloud when the Feywild has no moon? You're from the... aren't you supposed to be from the Fey? A Fey spirit?
I mean, that's where they... My previous master said that that's where I came from.
Oh, okay. Who was your previous master?
Go ahead and roll a d20 for me.
I don't have one currently on me. Let's get one moment. Four.
Yeah, that's who it would... Yeah, that is who it would have been.
Oh.
I'm just trying to think of how Mooncloud...
Pom would put it.
Right.
Yeah.
Because, like, I've got the name, and then the name is distracting. It's like sitting there in bright glowing letters, and that's stopping my brain from thinking in terms of how said creature would say it.
Yeah. And I talked to Zag'ra. And again, how this works for me is like I'm sort of, I don't understand in language. It's just sort of like me communicating my ideas perfectly, and then they communicate their ideas perfectly back to me, and then I tell you in common.
Here, you know what, Jacob? You just gave me a good reason to cheap out of figuring out the exact way to put it. I'm gonna just text it to you.
All right.
Okay.
You know what, Andrew? Fair.
That's fair. That's nice.
So now you have to figure it out how to say it.
Yeah, sure, but what's it saying?
Huh.
Yeah.
What?
You
Judging by the surprise, I don't think it's Liamond anymore.
No, that is exactly good.
Oh, okay, that's
Mooncloud.
exactly who I thought it was.
says
That
their
makes the most
previous
sense. He's the
master was
most druidy out of all of them.
Leomund. Yep, that's what I got whenever talking. And it wasn't even a name. It was just like the idea of what Leomund is.
Okay, so I will admit I kind of blanked out a bit. Leomund named Mooncloud.
Leomund was Mooncloud's previous master.
Master. But okay.
But that is a well, no. Leomund told Mooncloud that they're from the Fey realm. That's kind of the thing.
Gotcha. Well then. I'm not sure how to respond to that.
I'm glad I'm not the only one who is.
Because I don't really want to tell Mooncloud what happened to Leomund. If
Yep.
it doesn't already know.
You don't know one way or another.
Thank you for telling me that, Pom Pom. You know, this is a two-way street. Is there anything you want to know about me as your new master? Eh?
What's your name?
Zag'ra.
Okay. Where are we going?
Gonna be honest, I don't know. But we're in Port Coventry right now, and it's important to know where you are so you know where to go from there.
Did you draw a new pom pom?
Um, this
Or-
Pom Pom should be a panther,
Gotcha.
I believe.
Okay. Oh, I have been here a couple times before.
Yeah, anything you can tell me about it?
Fish is good. There's usually lots
know
of
what?
it.
Oh. Let's get the fish.
I mean, it's a port town. Yeah, there's going to be a lot of places that offer seafood, and
Yeah. Probably every tavern.
yeah, every tavern has at least some seafood dish because it can be got for dirt cheap.
Hey, catch.
Yes.
I'm going to a tavern to pick up some fish and chips for Pom Pom. Come? You want to come?
Yeah, I'm down. I need to make a quick stop to grab some inks. But I'm more than willing to, and that's just a universe way of saying, "Oh, I got inks for the spells."
Yep. Yeah, no, you absolutely would be able to find fish and chips and ink. That is so incredibly ubiquitous. Like, it's doesn't even require.
That's such a specific. It's so specific.
Like, you wouldn't be able to find them. Actually, no, you would be able to find them at the same place if you went to some.
You know, grab some food.
What else
and,
does the store sell?
It
What else
is.
does this magical fish and chips ink shop sell?
Well, to be
Wait,
fair,
is it squid ink?
it would be squid ink, or at least it would be derived from a squid. But the place specifically that you would have gone to find both of those at the same place is it's sort of an uppity tavern called the Cruet. They serve primarily wines, but they do have a bit of an arcane repository where they collect and can work with some different informations and serve as sort of this slight wizarding corner, but just handling a lot of clerical duties. But they do have generally like an area for food and drink and all that stuff. It's the closest thing there is to like an actual church. So like it's very, how do I put it? It is sort of like a cafegimatorium sort of thing for like a grade school. Like it is a very multi-purpose space where they have all sorts of everything just kind of organized, but the space can be rearranged into any number of things. Where you've got a small bookcase with different tomes and collections of arcane knowledge, where you can also purchase some nice vellum and some inks and such for your arcane works, but you can also get food, drink. They don't have a place to stay at this one, but yeah.
I'd like to ask around for rumors.
Ooh. Okay.
Perhaps they could tell us something about Alec and Bobo.
Yeah, that would definitely be some of the rumors that you would hear.
I agree. I think that is a wise idea.
Excuse me one second, I need to grab some papers that I wrote up last time.
Okay.
Someone with big mouth said a lot of things to someone that I shouldn't have. Okay. And
I am feeding Pom Pom under the table.
Pom Pom will absolutely just kind of take as much as you are willing to give.
I love Pom Pom.
I think this is the one. Is this the one where it talks about the lantern bearers? That's that guy coming back.
Excuse?
I'm sorry?
It's that guy coming back?
Oh, that was another page. Yeah, that was an encounter that didn't happen. I had a large Gish stat block. put together for a roguish folk.
Gotcha.
Yeah, the aberrant. And what is going on at Allig? A lot of the rumors that you would hear is that there was a large-scale attack at Allig. Dark creatures on all sides. Some people would say fiendish. Some might say undead.
Uh-oh. Did we do that?
Almost.
Some people would blame the Fae.
Oh dear. Did we do that? Did we do that?
It got bad. Is a general sense.
I
And-
would think so.
Those who had lived there were basically highly recommended to evacuate and just run.
Okay.
There is... You'd also hear that there was a small military presence there that was working to kind of push and hold back against anything incoming. It's uncertain if they made it out or if they left.
Oh, we need to go to Allig.
Ever
'Cause they
since
might
then,
have
it's
hit the
been
camp.
completely... Like, this is within the past, like, week. Like, this all happened within the past week. But... Hang on. Let me make a quick note here. Because you guys have spent maybe a week and a half to 2 weeks at the Eye, at Arungar.
Yes.
Yeah, this has been about a week ago that this happened, and everyone has just kind of immediately been pouring out of there. But also specifically, nothing has come in or out of there since. Like, no mail, no information, no anything. It's been radio silence.
We need to check out Allig.
I agree. And maybe Bone Grove. Just to see, like, because they were the survivors there. Whatever happened.
A whole lot, like, that is kind of the general gist of things. You would hear people putting the blame on all sorts of different things. But the general consensus is it was almost like a flip switched and the town was under siege. And people who were already there fought back hard, and everyone evacuated. That's like the main bullet points. There's still a large number of people missing. You would also hear from some people.
Okay. As soon as we're done here, we're going to Alec.
Okay. I am fine with that, as long as our other compatriots are. But yeah, in the meantime, would you like to get a place to stay and hopefully get a good night's rest? I have lots of work personally that I need to do, and I feel like knowing about Alec is maybe second on the list as soon as we get done with our business here.
We're really going to be here for that long, though. All Tsubaki has to do is pick up a bag.
Fair, fair. I guess I can do some of these notations and scrolls along the road. Just for a point of reference for you, Andrew,
Mm-hmm.
the total number of hours is 68 for all the spell scrolls I want to copy.
Oh boy.
And I've calculated if I take a long rest each night, that'll take 4.25 days.
Okay, and so that would be no activities other than making scrolls.
Yes.
That generally would include travel unless you were going at like half pace and not secretly.
But as well, what was I gonna say? I have like an order of which I want to complete them. So like, if by like day 2 I have like, oh, this one's finished at least, so I know. I thought we were honestly going to be in this town a lot longer than it seems like we might be. So
plans might be changing.
Yep, I thought we were going to be here for like maybe a week before heading out, but I think we're going to head out pretty much immediately after we find Tsubaki's bag.
My people might be in danger.
Yeah, no, I completely agree. That takes priority. I was just it changes plans.
Yeah.
Because it almost sounds like the Shadowfell attacked, but that shouldn't be a thing yet.
It's not a thing yet.
Which, just for reference, the first scroll I want to complete is a pretty big one, to be honest. But I think after hearing this, I switched from making that enlarge reduce spell scroll to making a banishment spell scroll to be safe.
Oh, fair enough.
That's good.
With the talk of demons and fae, just so you know, that's the first one I'm going to go with, which hours for one of those is 8.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, because the Shadowfell does not exist. It has a very defined point of beginning.
Yes.
And that's a problem.
Yes. Oh no.
Because there was Fae stuff happening in Alec. That part's undeniable.
This is true. Yes, that's true.
It's just someone moving in, taking advantage of it, because they heard about it the same way that you guys did.
go again. It's always such a pleasure.
Though there is a good thing that there is no Underdark entrance specifically by Alec, which is nice.
Hey, it's finally happening. We're going to Alec and it's a mess. Like with every other town we've gone to and gone back to.
Eventually, when you return, it's just gonna get bad.
It always does, and that implies some not good things for Arungar. But that was going to happen anyway.
Well, at least we now know.
What, that something bad's gonna happen to Arungar because every town we go to has something bad happen to it eventually?
No, I mean, at least we now know that definitively something has happened and we can, go and
Act on it, yes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, everything's kind of drawing in close.
Yeah.
Because... Yeah. And...
Anything else you wanted to do?
I got nothing.
In that case, can I also just get like a scroll holder
Yeah.
somewhere in this town?
Oh,
Okay,
yeah.
cool. Just for the sake of like, oh, okay, now that I make these, I'm just gonna.
How high quality are you going to look for a scroll case?
I mean, just something basic, but like clasps. It's not gonna like break if you throw it against the ground, Basic, but fairly sturdy.
Okay. You'd be able to find something like that for like 6 silver.
6 silver. Okay. I'll just, I'll tip a whole gold.
Okay.
While I'm here in the shop, question: do you have any assortments of gems by chance?
I guess we'll ask while you're there.
Yeah.
There are some gems that can be bought here, yeah.
Amazing. Can I get just do you have rubies, emeralds, and or sapphires maybe?
Small quantities of them, yes.
Amazing. How much for what quantity?
I mean, I know sapphires and I believe it's emeralds are technically of the same family. I think, honestly, I think all of them might be distantly related as far as geology goes.
At a certain point, it's all just quartz.
Yeah. You would be able to get 200 golds per pound. Just kind of in general for all of them.
Okay. And is that like the normal going rate? Like, is 1 pound of gems like worth 200 gold for spell slot? Essentially, some spells say I need like, oh, you need a 50 gold worth of sapphire or something like that. Would 200 gold worth of sapphire actually be 200 gold worth of sapphire in this case? Or would it be more or less?
You see, that's the thing I also don't like about how spells are, because it's very variable in this amount.
Yeah.
Like, the price is a little bit high, you would be able to say, to know.
Okay.
So, like, you'd be able to get that, but you are getting a bit less than what you would normally expect.
Gotcha. Okay. So say if I buy like 200 gold's worth, I'm getting like 170 or something?
Sure. That sounds
Okay.
about right.
In that case, I'll take 6. Sure, why not? I'll spend basically the last one of gold. $600 worth of like assorted gems and stuff.
Sure. Okay.
Uh, Actually, make it 8. 8 just.
800.
Yes. This, along with the spell scrolls, has me basically out. I have 500 gold left after all this.
Okay. So 800 times 0.875. 1 second.
So 680 worth of gems.
700. Just
What the-
yeah, right at about 700.
Okay. Awesome.
700
Thank
gold's
you.
worth of assorted gems, but mark off 800.
Yes, I did. Okay. Awesome. With that out of the way, I'm gonna get started on my first spell scroll for like this night. But before I do that, can I try? Is there like an armor place around here?
There is a blacksmith shop.
Okay. And can I get some leather from him? Like say, whatever 50. Well, maybe not 50. Maybe like 25 gold would get me, like in leather strips,
Yeah.
hide, and stuff like that.
Sure. Absolutely.
Awesome. Okay. I'll mark off the 5. And can I take a look at some of your armors? Like what do you think is your best protection like armor?
The highest thing that they have is scale mail. That like they the strongest armor that they offer at this blacksmith shop is medium.
Fair enough. Okay. Do you have something in the form of, say, because you wouldn't have plate. Plate is heavy.
Right.
I'm trying to think, because I wanna try this. I guess. How much, Andrew? How much leather is in leather armor?
Okay, so a typical suit of leather armor, I believe it would run about. I'm just trying to think of weight right now. I'm thinking it's probably between like 5 and 10 pounds.
Okay.
Yeah, 4 to 8
5
pounds. So yeah, that's basically about right. It would be heavier when wet, of course it would, but so you have 25 gold pieces of leather.
Mm-hmm.
And okay, so yeah, a full bit of leather armor is going. A full piece of leather armor is going to be about 4 to 8 pounds of leather. And your 25 would be gold pieces worth of leather materials would be about half of what's required for a piece of leather
So it
armor.
would cost 50 gold pieces worth of leather to make a leather armor.
Roughly, yeah.
Okay. In that case, I'm probably not going to fabricate leather armor, because I believe most leather armor, isn't it like 45 or something?
Yeah, it's in that 45 to 50-ish range.
Okay.
And once again, there's a
So
slight markup here.
Yeah, it would not be worth it to fabricate this. All right. What about your sharpest sword? What you got?
I mean, they put out standard swords. Like you get different cutlasses, different greatswords, different all sorts of different versions, but you don't. They don't necessarily have enchantments on them. Like you're not going to get a +1 sword.
Oh yeah, no, I'm not looking for enchantments or anything.
I mean, they have essentially the basic level of all simple and martial weapons here that would be categorized as a sword that they can
Okay.
pull out for you.
Are you trying to get more material to fabricate by buying weapons?
Oh no, this is. I'm just trying to find like in-universe way for me of learning how to use fabricate effectively. It's basically all just for fun, but I also want to
Gotcha.
try a few things. Do these weapons have like an insignia or something from the like this blacksmith, or does this blacksmith make like specialized armor and like put a stamp on it?
He would put a stamp on it, yes.
Okay. In
A
that case,
watermark.
would you mind if I look at this here? Let's say a great sword. Let's say I'll look at this. I don't want to actually use too much. Short sword. Let's look at the short sword.
Short sword, okay. There is a small initialization and faint little, not faint, but just a small little stamped in design that is pressed into the hilt, kind of right at the point where your thumb would be curling around. So it's just like right above it, just slightly. Just
And
stamped
would you
into a
mind
bit
if
of the
I
leather.
take a deeper look at this? Really?
They're willing to let you. What you're doing
Okay.
is kind of weird, but like you're not too weird, I guess. But like,
Yeah.
yeah, no, they're willing to.
I'm holding the sword. I'm like getting a feel for it, like looking at it, like swinging it just a little bit in shop, and then I'm gonna cast Identify.
I actually might sell some weapons here, but let's have Catch run his course.
Okay.
I'm
Identify.
gonna cast Identify on the sword.
It is a standard normal sword.
Sure. But now like I've identified like its like thing or its like features and everything. Like okay. Thank you very much. Not too interested in this right now, but I believe my partner here is looking to sell some of their wares. So I will see you later. And then I'm gonna go off. And so, can I attempt to cast Fabricate and recreate that sword exactly? Except
Okay.
I want to make a second insignia that is roughly 1/10 or no 1/20th the size of that insignia wherever it is, just to the right of it.
Okay. What are you making
Uh,
this out of?
what was the sword made out of in there?
It was made out of steel.
Steel. Uh, hmm. So steel is basically iron, right?
It is high carbon iron. Well, it is. I believe it is you. Raw materials are mined and then transformed into steel by two different a blast furnace, then electric arc. Hang on a second. So steel production, you take
I mean,
iron
worst comes to
ore.
worst, I could, I'll attempt to buy like the 30 pounds of steel off this guy.
Um, okay, so you know steel is made out of iron,
Mhm.
and it just takes heat and coal and just kind of a good bit of refining. That is.
So theoretically, would I be able to make steel from iron with fabricate?
You do not have all of the components to do so. You could definitely start that process, but so you need basically molten iron, and then it gets carbon.
Okay. In that case, if I can't like heat it up with fabricate, can I buy 25 pounds of steel off the blacksmith before I head out?
Steel. Okay. You would be able to buy steel. They have 25 pounds of steel. They would charge you 100 gold. Because that's a lot of steel.
Yeah, no, I get it. I'm just gonna add this to the whole thing that I was doing before. So, how much gold was it? Sorry.
100.
Okay, 125 LP. Okay, I have marked it off. I thank the blacksmith, and I try refabricating that sword.
Okay.
To the exact degree, like same scratches, dents, and logo, with the added the exact same logo, but about 20 times smaller, just to see how much detail I can do. And then a third logo that is simply, yeah, why not? The little orc face that Jester does in
The tusk tooth?
Critical. Yeah, tusk tooth.
Sure.
On the pommel of the handle, with the made out of leather that I assume this sword has on the pommel.
There is kind of a leather straps around to make the handle, but the pommel is.
Or yeah, sorry, the handle. That's what I meant.
Are you also going to be using some of your leather to fabricate alongside this, or?
Yes, I am essentially all of the components that were in that steel sword. If I got any with identify, I'm going to add it to this fabricate stuff.
Okay. Go ahead and mark off 5 pounds of steel and half a pound of leather.
Will do.
But you are able to fabricate yourself to the specified notions this greatsword with the markings that you want.
So, and they are like as small detailed, and like no detail has been lost with how small they are, like the size of like a pinky, I assume.
There is maybe a little bit of detail loss, but it's relative to the skill that it would take to craft it. So like you can only sort of like with a TV show, you can only enhance a photo so much. Like you're making this smaller, and so you're going to lose some detail as things get closer together. But it's still, as far as you can tell, it's basically the same. There's just like slight, minute bits that really wouldn't be noted unless it was done like by a trained merchant or an auctioneer or someone who is appraising it. But it's definitely doable.
Makes sense. I'm trying to think. 25, 100. You said half a pound of leather.
Mm-hmm. And 5 pounds of steel.
Yes.
It's not quite as well balanced as the greatsword. It's it's your first attempt, but you can kind of get it in a bit. Probably takes a little bit more time, and you can move some of the material around to get it to be about the same. But yeah, as far as appearance goes, it is spot on.
Awesome. The thing is, I just want to try getting niched details as right as possible, because I essentially want to eventually be able to do something like this with like very minute details, like making very tiny runes that might, you know, make small magics happen, or at least assist in that in magic item processing, or even like hidden traps or walls or things like that. And then I also want to calculate whether stuff like this, like copying items, would be profitable for me, a wizard. But anyway, feel free to sell your items, Zag'ra. I'm gonna do some calculating over here on my end.
Okay.
What sorts of weapons are you looking to sell?
I am looking to sell a +1 longsword, a +1 short sword, and a hand axe.
Okay, these are definitely the sharpest weapons that he now has. Um, hang on.
I just have all these swords on me, and I'm not gonna.
He will pass back basically the 100 gold, just because these are higher quality made items. Oh no, my microphone's doing something stupid.
You're cutting out for me.
Is that better?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. For some reason, why is it doing that? That's weird. What's the? I'm gonna turn down the gain. Is that warbling still or? Hello, testing.
I don't hear it.
Okay, because it was
You're good?
all the way up and it was just doing something real weird.
Yeah,
Huh.
it was.
Okay, well, I'm glad that it's not doing that anymore because I basically just had to unplug it and replug it back in and it's fine now. But,
100 gold, you said?
yeah, I'm just trying to think of material weight. No, wait, no, because he couldn't go for 100 gold. That would be too much. Material weight for the swords would probably be in that roughly 5 pound material. So 10 pounds of 25. He would give you 60 for it all.
60?
60,
Okay.
yeah. Sorry, I was thinking a bit off the cuff there, and that was just way too much. And yeah, no, 60 he would do for it because the +1 technically doesn't count as an enchantment, but it is of higher grade and quality.
Okay, got it.
With that,
Cool.
can I ask you a question, Andrew?
Sure.
So, how much does the short sword I currently have weigh? Does it weigh the like does it weigh 6 pounds?
About, yeah.
Okay. And this is a short sword, right?
I was looking at the math for a great sword. If it was a short sword, go ahead and mark that you would have 1 more pound of raw steel.
So it used 4 pounds?
Yeah.
Gotcha.
That's still a bit on the heavier end of a short sword, but The one that you
Okay,
had
so
picked up was about the same. So it was on the heavier side. So
Gotcha.
yeah.
I just want to make sure there's no like conversion, like that's like keeping things off because like creation itself was like 100% like efficient with materials. Uh, and I'm
It's
just
very
wondering.
efficient with materials. Like there might be a little bit that gets just kind of like knocked off and lost, but like I would say it's like 99% efficient. Like it's basically 1-to-1. Like it's
So
as
with
1-to-1
that,
as possible.
yeah. So losing 3 instead. 4, 3, 12. And if I 12 gold essentially. I'm still losing money. Sad. Okay.
Oh.
I was just thinking because like in total I would be using like 6 pounds of materials if I like sell a short sword like at full price of like sharpness and whatever. Well, I guess I don't know how much do short swords normally cost in your game. I was going based off basic rules of 10 gold.
That's about
Um,
right, yeah.
okay, so in total, making this specific sword lost me a total of 2 gold in the process.
That sounds
Unless I can
about
somehow
that
sell
that,
this for.
that sounds about reasonable. I mean, you could probably try and mark it up with some sort of margin of error, um, and try and be able to maybe haggle to that price. But no, that sounds about right because a lot of weapons get sort of mass produced for adventure or kind of military style things where there's going to be just a large need, and so oftentimes they can get made in higher quality, not quality, in higher quantity, and just it becomes sort of a ubiquitous sort of thing. And so
Okay.
because it gets done in higher quantity, they're able to sell it as a batch for a lower price, and so that's why the do-it-yourself price is always going to be a little bit higher, but at the same time, like then you're certain of the quality. Like you can become a blacksmith, but you could also just go out and buy a knife. Once,
Yeah.
yeah, it is a trade to be able to do it yourself.
Yeah, totally get it. And I'm assuming like when I get to like higher level stuff, like I make a bejeweled box, or something, it'll probably be worth more than I put into it.
Right. Um, yeah. No. The high, a lot of worth comes from just higher complexity.
Yeah, no, I totally get it.
Mm-hmm.
All right. And I guess just things that I'm probably going to be doing, like if we get a room, in my room, I'm probably going to again take off like all my clothes and start marking down a lot of runes just on paper, on the ground, just in general, um, of divination sigils.
Okay.
Not doing anything with them, just starting to write divination sigils and a lot of things like where with the sending spell runes and like re reapply those to different places and stuff like
So are you trying to like create a spell or just break down spells? Because I know you have
that.
some broken down spell bits.
Yeah. I mean, I have broken down shield, and like broken down Eyes of Ren, but I think those are it.
Well, technically, Eyes of Rain is not broken down. You just have the spell twice.
Oh,
As someone who worked on it at one level and then continued their expansion of it.
gotcha. In that case, all I have is shield.
Okay. I mean, you can use
Unless they're-
bits of Eyes of Rin to kind of learn how they built onto the spell. Because you don't even technically have the full spell. You have the first 2 levels of it. It goes up
Fair.
to 9.
You're
Essentially,
surprised it doesn't go to 11?
No,
I remember casting an 11th spell once.
yeah, it happens.
It
Usually only
happens.
ever once in a lifetime.
Yeah.
Yeah. You could say that.
Unless you're me. Let's see here. I know if you sweep around the space following you around, you don't necessarily. Actually, just go ahead and roll me an Arcana check, because
Okay. Sorry. Oh, here's my d20. 27.
you feel fairly you feel very confident that there aren't any sensors around you as you're kind of doing this sort of practicing and anything.
Awesome. The necklace is working.
Mm-hmm.
You think?
I think. There we go. Anything else? You wanted to do, Zag'ra?
Uh, let's see if there's anything else I can do. I think I'm good.
Okay.
Fair enough.
Of course, I say that, but then I'll probably think of something.
Hang on, I need to double check the fabricate spell for a second.
No, okay.
Because I just had a horrible idea and I don't want to know.
Oh.
Okay. I'm scared now.
What you looking for?
That's curious and terrifying.
What's curious and terrifying?
Actually, I mean, that technically makes sense.
What? What is it? You must share.
You must tell us now.
The spell doesn't specify that it's just raw materials. It can be living, it can be organic.
Yes. You can take like things from like this sword and like bring it in, or you can take. Oh, I guess I never thought about like organic as in like animal. I thought about palm trees into paper. Or
Yeah, that was the thing. I was like, wait, can this be? Oh gosh, it can.
We can make unholy abominations.
Yay.
Is this how owlbears are made?
Not with the fabricate spell. It's definitely what the rabbit does with some things.
That poor owl.
Take. Hey,
Yeah?
do you want me to test some things on Pom Pom?
Ask Pom Pom.
No.
Nah, I'm good. I'm fairly certain I already know the answer that Pom Pom's gonna give, and I wasn't that interested in it anyway.
Do you want Pom Pom to go catch some animals?
Julie, hold on. Yes.
Okay,
Oh,
Pom Pom, we're going hunting.
The bigger, the better.
Bigger the better?
Yes.
I have put an idea into your head that I regret doing already.
screw the scalpel.
Okay, I guess I'm going hunting,
Sure.
fishing. What's the likelihood I could get Pom Pom to catch a marlin?
As a panther, it's
Yeah.
Go ahead and just roll me a d20.
Well,
12. Okay.
what's the biggest fish Pom Pom can get with that?
Hang on a second. I need to look at my coastside species list.
I assume not a blue marlin.
And honestly,
That was just
preferably something land-based.
You're able to find like a large albacore. Like a... Yeah.
okay. Are there albatrosses around here?
Yes.
Can I get one of those too?
Sure. You have an albacore and
Do you
an
want me to-
albatross. Now you don't need to roll for it. I am fairly confident that you are skilled enough as an individual to be able to bring down a mildly annoying bird. Especially with class levels.
I want it alive.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Okay, Catch, I've got a tuna and I've got a bird.
Okay, I suppose the bird will do. Is this the next day?
Sure.
Sweet. That brings me a little step closer on the scrolls as well. That's nice. Okay. And it doesn't say I can't do more than one thing at the exact same time. So I'm actually going to do three different things, all within the space of fabricate.
Okay, so unholy abominations, here we go.
Unholy abominations, here we go.
Yeah. Well, I mean, two of them aren't going to be unholy abominations. One is definitely going to.
Remember when we put a bunch of stuff together in a bladder and it made a thing?
Yeah.
No, I do not. I should also ask for glass. Okay.
No, we made a worm. Its name was Larry. We killed it before it could be a problem, but we also just kind of let it stew for a moment.
I feel you. Okay. So, with fabricate.
Mm-hmm.
Follow me, Andrew.
Oh no,
follow me on my mind journey right here.
I've got a very strong suspicion I know what you're going for.
Yeah.
Considering you mutilated a squirrel
things,
like this before.
3 things I want to do. Well, 4 things. Maybe 4.
What did you do to a squirrel?
Contain in 10-foot cube or 8 connected 5-foot cubes. Yeah, that's the given amount. So, first off, I'm going to convert the sword back into raw materials.
Okay.
Just get everything back. I'm going to convert, let's say, I'm going to do the steel again, because it's the hardest, and as soon as I can master it with it, I can master it with other things. Into a single ring, and that steel ring has an insignia. Let's say, like interarching electricity going further and further into a spiral pattern, basically creating a fractal. And I just want to get as detailed as I can, as far into the fractal as I can.
Okay.
So that's two. So this all will fit. Um, and I'm gonna grab one of my echo shards from my bag while I'm casting this spell, and I'm just going to lightly part the bird's neck flesh, and wherever I can find its nervous system, I am going to connect it to this echo shard and implant it into the bird itself.
Where are we
Um,
doing this?
I'm doing this in my room. I wasn't gonna do this in the
Okay.
open. You can be there if you want, but just so you know.
I'm not sure if I want.
Okay, fair. I'll give you an up down of like where I'm heading, and you could have stayed if you want or not or whatever. So echo shards. Which one do I put?
I'll leave you. Experiment on a bird in the nude.
Okay, fair enough. And I'm gonna implant the Echo's eyes one. I'm also, just so you know, before I did this, I made sure all the doors were locked and windows and just everything. Like, no one's getting in here right now.
Okay. As you
Sorry,
do
and then
unspeakable
I'm going
things to this
to-
bird.
going
Oh,
to place
God.
the Echo shard in the back of its neck while attaching like its like brainstem essentially to it, like wrapping around it almost like a tree wraps around like different buildings or rocks as it grows.
Okay, hang on a second. I need to curse my Google search history.
Fair.
I mean, you're a writer.
I know, but like my most recent searches were albacore brain case size, albatross brain case size, and now composition of an albatross brainstem, which might not look great. Albatrosses have a brain the size of a walnut. That's interesting.
I'm sorry, there's a reason that humors me so much.
Its cranium is about 81 millimeters by 83 millimeters, which is good to know. By about 48 so on the z-axis.
Is the Echo Shard bigger than its brain?
Yes.
Perfect. That's all the better, honestly. Essentially, anything that attaches to the brain, I am attaching it through the Echo shard.
Okay, so brain stems are this large collection of nerves that just kind of collate and bring together. It's at the base of the neck for all chordates, albatrosses included. So, because they have a spine, they would be able to. So, as you open up the albatross's neck and then just begin kind of splitting it open across from the base of the skull to probably this is going to be about at least 5 or so inches. With the fabricate spell, because fabricate here, you take raw materials, which technically can be organic and biological, and you can create a large or smaller object. So you're not so you're trying to create a union between these two things. So this would be how it would be done. So you are able to kind of basically begin unplugging these strands of nerves from the albatross's spine. And as you're doing this, you're watching as its body just kind of spasms a little bit and just goes limp in different areas. And then you can kind of get them to kind of pulsate and then just kind of begin feeling their way onto the shard.
Perfect. Now, if I just insert this here a little further, right closer to the wound. No.
Once again, the shard is larger. Once again, larger than its brain. And so in order to do this, it's going to be basically stuck inside of its back, and so you're not going to be able to get a full, complete closing without kind of having to do a lot of re-finagling.
Oh no, I'm fine with leaving it in the open. I'm when I said like close, I'm closing like the wound itself around the gem.
Gotcha. How many? What percentage of the nerve connectors are you going to leave attached to the lower parts of the albatross's body?
Say again?
You're going to have to move a lot of the... In order to try and make this connection possibly work, you're going to have to reconnect a lot of the nerve endings that would move from the brainstem into the spine of the albatross and relocate those to the gem.
Yeah.
What percentage are you moving off of the spinal cord?
Essentially, everything that has to do with sight, like touch, and like recognition and learning.
Okay.
Everything else, I am going to attempt to 100%, but those are the main ones I am connecting.
So you're trying to have... So the way that you're doing this is you're setting up the gem as basically a new brain for the rest of the body and separating the brain itself from the body.
Not separating it per se, like I'm connecting both the brain stem to the gem and the entire body to the gem.
So you're just trying to insert this in between.
Yes, like sort of a conduit or like a node.
Okay.
Between the two.
Okay. For one, roll me a medicine check.
Oh yeah,
this is gonna be hard.
Oh, hold on. Here's the one that got me 3 nat 1s last time, or 4. I don't even remember how many it was. My medicine could be better. It's +1.
You know what? For the sake of it,
13 total.
Yeah, that's not gonna be enough. Okay.
Did you want me to roll with disadvantage? Was that what you were about to say?
I wasn't going to say that, but you probably should.
Alright, I don't mind.
This probably should have been a disadvantage.
That's a 12.
Okay. Okay. So in order to do this, the albatross you can see at different points as you're kind of basically playing with its brainstem and manipulating the neurons in a way that were never meant to be done.
No, let's not be playing. I'm not playing with it. I'm scientifically reconnecting.
Yes, you are severing and reconnecting different parts of this bird and connecting them to a rock.
Well, when you say it like that,
I do.
Jacob, I usually think of you in a kind of wholesome, light-hearted manner. I don't think I can anymore.
No, that's totally fair. In all honesty, like, this makes sense. Like, if you heard Catch doing this is fairly out of character for Catch, but I mean, still, it's within realm of science. wizard science.
How loud is this? Because I imagine I'm in the next room over.
There are bird screams. There's also an albacore tuna that has drowned itself. Well, not drowned. It doesn't have water, so it has died of lack of air, and it's just kind of having flopped around on the floor there. Okay.
In Ketch's room, since he didn't mess with it. Okay.
Yes. Okay.
Well,
As for the bird, I'm trying to picture what it's going through, because basically it is completely conscious the entire time, as there are no modifications made to its body systems. It's just that you are removing all signals for muscles to travel, so you're basically connecting and disconnecting entire body systems at random, basically. And so, like, this is paralysis on and off for the period of you working this gym in. And so this thing is panicking. It is terrified. It doesn't know what's going on. It is screaming bloody murder. And just because you're using the fabricate spell does not mean this is gonna be clean either.
Oh, yeah.
There's
blood spilling. Put it right back in the veins.
Okay, but there's also spinal fluid that is kind of
put it right back in the spine.
Knock, knock, knock. Ketch, is everything okay in there?
Don't come in. I'm taking a shower.
Does this inn have running water?
I'm
Does that even
air drying
exist?
my hair.
Running water
screaming.
is.
I hear screaming that everybody is concerned.
Mm-hmm.
I'm worried that one of the staff here is going to get a key to check on you, which they should.
So
Frankly.
Andrew, what happens?
Okay, so as
Give me 5 minutes.
doing this and you put the gem in, there is a brief moment where the bird just freezes and becomes unearthly, like calm in this most unearthly and way possible. And in this moment of calm, you watch as its eyes are kind of fragmented and spacing out, kind of staring in every different direction as they are almost gemstone-like. And as you're kind of noticing this, they just pop. And as that happens, the albatross just kind of crumples as its muscles spasm, causing the bone structures to convulse and...
Cure wounds?
Sure.
I guess cast Cure Wounds as soon as, like, the most major damage seems to be happening.
Like, you watch as the muscles spasm going from 0 to 100 and just breaking some of the hollow bones just as it is... as it's just convulsing.
Yeah. That's 16 for heal.
Okay. And so no, you are watching as this bird is basically just like being broken and put back together over and over. And it is just like your healing magics are kind of taking different elements, as it is literally just spasming and breaking itself. You're immediately just trying to put it back together and just kind of, which almost makes it worse.
We have the technology. We can make them faster, stronger, better.
Just put it out of its fucking misery.
So, what's the end result?
The end result is technically you can get the gem in there, and it's definitely doing something. It's definitely doing something.
Can I telepathically talk to the bird? Oh no! Say when I telepathically communicate hello
Sure.
to it. Okay.
In a language that
Serious.
you and you alone understand, you get 3 distinct emotions and words: pain
kill me.
and confusion and anger.
Can you hear me? Is anyone there?
Oh yeah.
Did the bird say that?
No. The bird is not saying anything.
Can I try telepathically communicating, like to the crystal?
That's where you are right now.
Okay.
And it's just kind of not knowing what's going on. It's there is not enough for it to work with, and it is rejecting everything, and the bird is, it's tearing itself apart, or at least it seems like it's trying to.
Trial number 2, another failure. I just marked down in my book. I'm like, sorry, friend. And I am going to cast firebolts on the bird.
You incinerate the bird with ease, as different bits of it will kind of, almost like coiled springs, just kind of bounce to other areas away from the bolt. It seems as though this is less just like incinerating, and it's more just combusting it. Like,
I pick up the gem off the floor, clean it off, put it back in my pack.
there are smells in this room that are horrible. Like there's the smell of burning feathers and flesh, yes, and that's bad. But you know, there's also bits of chemicals and chemistry that was going on within the bird's body that is not supposed to be going on in birds at all. As the stone was essentially trying to hijack all of its hormones, its glands, its body materials, and just nature, and just turn it against itself, trying to become a suitable host. And that was not happening.
Well, too bad I don't have prestidigitation prepared right now.
On the other side of the door, you hear this bird screaming, then all of a sudden it just stops, and just like everything in the area just starts to smell bad, and then you hear a small explosion. And just like popping sounds just all around.
Let's see what to do. I put my clothes back on first of all.
There's bits of viscera on both the outsides and the insides.
Of me or my clothes?
The clothes.
Well, I open the door slowly. Say, yes.
What the hell?
I had another failure. For a attempted
What do
magic.
you mean another?
Well,
What smells?
yes, I'm terribly sorry. I would like to take a bath, and promptly wash my clothes. Um, I really wish I had
What happened
prepared
to your
some sort of
clothes?
cleaning spell.
You're raising more questions than you're answering them, Catch.
The bird that you brought me, thank you again so much for the albatross. It is no longer in the realm, but I'm
Where'd
trying to
you
put it
send
lightly,
it?
but the bird has died.
Oh.
Question, can you cast banishment on a dead creature?
Hang on a second.
Sorry.
Okay. You attempt to send one creature that you can see within range to another plane of existence. The target must succeed on a saving throw or be banished. If it is native to the plane of existence you're on, you banish it to a harmless demi-plane. While there, it's incapacitated, remains until the spell ends. At which point, the target reappears in the space it left or to the nearest unoccupied space if that space is occupied. If the target is native to a different plane of existence, then the target is banished, returning to its home plane. If the spell ends before 1 minute has passed, the target reappears in the space it is left or the nearest unoccupied space if that space is... Okay. So this bird is native to this plane, so you can... Wait, it can't succeed on a saving throw because it is no longer a creature. It is viscera, scattered
Fair.
all around your
And
room.
I just realized I don't have another 4th level spell anyway, so it works out.
Okay. Yes, it has gone beyond creature and corpse. It is viscera.
Can I turn me and my clothes into gas with gaseous form, but leave the viscera?
As you're talking to me or before?
As I'm talking to you, as I'm talking to you, like I say, the bird is no longer alive. Oh, hold on, give me a second, and I just start thinking, and I'm thinking about banishment. No, don't have that ready anymore. And then I'm thinking like gaseous form. Would that work?
Only one way to find out.
I turn into gas, me and my clothes only.
Okay. As that does, this is a cloud that is faintly pink, and you watch as just like clumps of albatross just kind of fall in the mist to the ground.
I move behind Zag'ra as gas, and then turn back into.
As this
regular.
mist moves through you, there is a very strong scent of iron, and it is dense and moist. But then, yes, you are able to reconstitute yourself outside.
Well, I smell myself like I still smell pretty bad, but at least the major parts of the flesh and blood are gone. Anyway, I will tip the innkeeper a little bit extra for the room tonight.
What did you do?
As I said, I was practicing a spell, and I couldn't quite get it right.
And it exploded?
Yes, it had. Again, terribly sorry. It was an unforeseen circumstance, but not one that I particularly relish in. But it is nice being a gas from time to time.
What were you trying to do?
Well, just practice
Where's
other.
the fish?
Oh, it's just kind of flopped over there, just like relatively normal, but
I
like
didn't-
dead.
I didn't end up using the fish. I feared that it wouldn't work for it being the size that it was, and considering it didn't work on the albatross, Um, I think the fish would definitely have failed. And this is Jacob now. Honestly, better for the fish. That was a much better way to die than the albatross.
You know it's bad when you come up with a death worse than can't breathe.
Yeah.
Because that's pretty bad.
Yeah. Okay. Well, anyway, I am going to go talk to the innkeeper now. Is there any other questions you have for me before I head out?
Do you intend on cleaning it?
That is why I'm going to talk to the innkeeper. I was going to tip a bit more.
Oh,
So they
I
could
want to be
clean.
here for this conversation. Question, is Pom Pom
How
still
much
with
was
us?
the inn, Andrew?
They charged you 2 silver per night.
Okay. I'm going to go to the innkeeper or whoever's like in charge and go, I'm
Can
terribly sorry, but I had a bit of an accident in my room, and because of said accident, it is quite dirty now. Um,
Look, we've
and
had bedwetters before. Are you saying that you need someone to come and clean?
Oh, yes, that would be great. If you could, and I'm so sorry again for the inconvenience, and I give them, I'll give them 2 gold. Again, so sorry for the inconvenience. I was not trying to inconvenience you any more than my stay has already, with the room being gone. But with this, I hope we can make amends.
I think I'm
This
going to leave
person
and find an...
looks at you with the most "what the fuck happened" in there kind of expression.
Can I leave and go to a different inn?
So
I will pay the money again. I want to leave and go to a new inn.
Hang on.
well, when you get to the room, you'll find. Well, first off, there's a fish. The fish has died and it's just in the center of the room. That might stink a little bit.
That's already turning the expression to "oh god."
But there is some slight viscera as a bird came into the room, and I blasted it with a spell. One thing led to another, and it exploded.
You watch as you're kind of saying this. He had already called for someone to go and check the room, and as you're kind of explaining this to the person at the desk, this person walks up to your room, opens the door, just looks in,
I'm going to
closes the door and just nopes. Like, just no.
I feel like I paid enough for the cleaning service, hopefully. But yeah, I'm gonna head out again. And go back to the blacksmith. Actually, first of all, the ring I made in the in the fabricate spell. How detailed can I get into the fractals? How far in?
About 2 generations.
Okay. And how big is it when it like starts losing detail? Like a couple centimeters, millimeters.
You start losing detail when it gets to be... You're able to maintain consistent detail up to about... Hang on, I'm just trying to think of measurements here.
Essentially, as soon as Zag'ra leaves, I'm following Zag'ra out, looking at my ring.
I want to dip into an alley and make a new face and outfit for myself because this current one can't show around this town ever again.
That's basically, yeah. You can get it to about like you start losing detail at about 0.04 millimeters.
0.04? Okay.
No, sorry, not 04. 0.4. I put an extra O in
0.04.
there.
That's actually very big.
Wait,
Um,
hang on. I'm trying to.
I was honestly trying to get it to about 0.01 or
Point-
0.001 millimeters.
With enough training, you can get it to about 0.1.
0.1? Oh, okay.
Yeah, no, like you can get very well detailed, but it's gonna be there are limitations based on material. Like if you have a material that is able to get super fine and be, very particulate in its form and easily broken
So
down
I can start working with 0.0 or 0.4 millimeters.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Can I go back to that blacksmith really quick
Okay.
and ask, do you have any platinum, by the way?
No.
Sad. Okay.
Yeah.
Do you know where I could find some?
They would recommend you melt down coins.
Oh, all right. Fair enough. And I head out. And I'm going to cast sending
On
Okay.
to Zag'ra.
who's currently completely changing everything about her, so there's no way she could be mistaken for the person who is with you.
Yes.
Yeah.
So that's one of the. As soon as I lost you, I was like, oh man, okay. Send a message to Zag'ra. Zag'ra, where did you end up going? I could not find you after the leaving the inn. This is Catch.
I am at the inn on the other side of town.
Very well.
For what it's worth, the two of you, or at least that face of Zag'ra, are banned at that inn. that is the end result.
I paid.
That doesn't stop you from getting blacklisted.
I paid 400% admission.
I'm just completely different ancestry, completely changed the armor up, clothing up,
Is there a particular reason why you
changed
changed your...
gender, I think.
Is there a reason why you changed your form?
No.
Very well. Now let's see. I pay for another night at this inn.
I'll pay for another night at this inn.
Okay.
2 silver.
Yep. That is a
I'm
standard
going
going
to
rate.
I'm gonna start working on more spells.
Okay.
I go to the front desk. Hey, it happened again.
So, how quickly are you going to be kicked out of this town?
I think I forgot Pom Pom at the other end.
Hey, Pom Pom, you want to help me with an experiment?
Gosh.
Nah.
No.
Anyway, what else did I... Hold on.
Wait.
Before I do anything more, I feel like I've been doing a lot. Sarah, did you figure out anything else you wanted to do besides not exist with me?
Do you have any creatures you would like to mutilate?
No. Okay, can I got 2 more chroma orbs from Tsubaki. I'd like to practice having all 3 of them at once. Probably have to work my way up, but essentially I'd like to practice having more than 1 chroma orb up.
Okay. Um, you've gotten to a point where you're fairly confident with one.
Yes.
Um,
So the logical next step is 2.
yes. It requires more concentration. And it's sort of like a juggling act where you have to kind of base where your mind is going and how orders and processes are functioning. And so, like, you are able to switch from one to the other relatively easily, but it's that sort of in between focus point that is the hard part.
Okay. And that's why we're practicing.
Yep. I love that cat, that screaming cat gif. It's just, it's right. It's just right. Okay. Yeah, I don't want to go too far ahead now, because, like, oh gosh.
I'll also drop in another a replacement pom-pom, so she's no longer at the other end.
Mm-hmm. That's fair.
Let me just roll that real fast.
Look, when I was first hearing the word albatross and echo, that's not what I had in mind. But I'm also a nerd.
What were you thinking?
There is a very famous song that has an albatross in it, and I have definitely been planning on quoting parts of it.
Pom-pom is now a giant rat.
Okay.
This seems weird, but I'm gonna give them the wooden mouse toy that squeaks.
Okay.
To play with.
Hey, it will. Pom-pom will.
Do you want Aristotle?
Have the rat chase a small cat?
Yeah.
I don't think I want... I don't think I want anything to do with Catch for the rest of the night.
You know what? I wouldn't either. Catch has very loose morals right now.
Yeah.
Has Catch become chaotic evil?
Evil is correct.
Evil is correct. Chaotic, no.
Lawful evil.
I don't believe so. Or it might be lawful, actually. I forget what I decided.
Alignment's loose and kind of crazy anyways.
Yeah.
But definitely evil.
Yeah. This is trial number 2.
Evil in the sense that he just doesn't, you know...
You're out of the loop. You're not familiar. Morals. Yeah. You have morals. That's very true.
Oh yeah, just not human ones.
Mm-hmm. Like, this is technically your first time with an actual body. Flesh and organs just didn't exist for you.
Yeah.
How were you supposed to know that things like this could happen?
Fair.
I mean, you've seen it happen to others when you've cast magic through Catch, but, like...
Yeah. It's a learning experience.
It's a learning experience. You have to break a few albatrosses in order to make a genetic freak.
You have to quite literally explode a few albatrosses before you can learn Wish.
And that's the beauty
Also-
of XP leveling.
Oh yeah, did I gain any level for the albatross?
You gained a little bit of experience points. It's not a very threatening creature. I think it's
That's
like
fair.
CR 1/4.
Speaking of which, Zag'ra, in the middle of the
What?
night under your door, there is a sudden sliding of a piece of paper, and I communicate telepathically to you saying, also, before I head off to sleep, I just wanted to give you this. I'm going to give one to each of the parties members. It is a spell scroll of sending. It is for emergencies only, so use it very wisely. If we are ever together, I'm more than happy to cast sending beforehand, but this way, if you are separated from either me or the rest of the group, you have a way of contacting.
Okay.
And I slide my first spell scroll of sending under the door. So it's, full spell.
I open it up and a glyph of warning explodes out.
It was actually...
You're the next test subject.
Yeah, I was about to say. It's actually fabricate. Just. Oh my gosh! I just remembered. Has anyone seen Ava's Demon?
No.
No.
In it, it's like sort of a futuristic alien kind of deal, but like there's not humans. It's only like, well, I guess there is humans, but it's like different. But in it, there's a machine that's supposed to make you like, oh, you'll be part of, this group or whatever. All you have to do is step in the machine and you'll be perfect.
That
And what
sounds
the machine
awful.
does is literally tear like away all of your flesh and leaves your brain and nervous system. It does something to your brain and nervous system, and then it turns you into one of them. I'm gonna see if I can find the image.
I feel so bad for Desi and Star, who are going to just see screaming animals and...
Not know what's going on.
Here we go. It's a really good online like web series as well. I totally recommend it if you've never seen it. But this is the scene I'm talking about.
Oh wow, that's horrifying.
Yeah. And this just reminded me of that. So yeah. Good time.
Yeah, I read a book once that was like... It was basically like everything about... The element X was teleportation, but it was sort of a mimetic study of that, where like teenagers and kids who were passing around notes and such, and there was like this generalized rumor where if you if you teleport yourself a certain number of times with different pieces of paper with different notes on them or different ciphers, you can mix up the computers and like augment yourself in like minor ways every jump, since it continually destroys and rebuilds you every time.
That's interesting.
And so it just kind of became a meme where like sometimes people would be teleporting themselves over and over again, hoping to try and get different desired personal changes and effects to their being.
That works.
And that terrified me. That was one of the scariest things I have ever read. I don't remember what book it was. I don't want to know.
Oh no, that's totally fair. But anyway, I send that message telepathically to you, and then I go to bed that night.
Please just stay out of my head for a while.
All right, fair enough. Next morning.
Yeah. I think that's probably a good place to put a pause because I don't know exactly how many days you're going to be in town, but 2 seems at least safe.
Yeah. Preferably, I would like to stay maybe a few more, but I understand that we are also on a time crunch with other parts of the world.
To be fair, the only actual ticking clock is the fact that you were invited to a gala. That's like a month and a half out. That's the only official ticking time clock, you know.
Also,
I almost called it a time bomb, but that's, you know.
A time bomb? What?
Not really. Well,
I mean, I'm sure it kind of is.
It kind of is, yeah.
This works. God, baby birds are so freaking ugly.
Yes.
Yeah.
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 But it too screams.
What components now?
What have you done?
Those scrolls that I'm, ready to produce.
He's trying to find a way to cheat the universe.
Who, me?
Yes. Out of a mass extinction that already happened.
Yeah. I mean, I already know it can technically work.
You got lucky once. It can definitely happen again.
Yeah.
You have a sample size of 1.
Just getting lucky once and then proving how to make that 100% accurate.
Yeah.
Some quote like that. Yeah. Also, I have on my notes, Ketch needs to learn, jeweler's tools and how to use them to get more detail work on stuff, as well as, some smithing things.
Proficiency in medicine.
Proficiency in medicine is also a good one, yeah.
Did you do this to a squirrel?
I didn't have the spell at the time, so I kind of had to go under the knife, as it were. Sadly.
Didn't that have consequences?
I think it did, actually.
What were the consequences of the squirrel?
An animal ate it, I think. I essentially, after the squirrel, was no longer responding, I was like, oh, dang. I healed it all up, but it was, dead. And I put it back in a tree.
I think at some point the question was asked, was the squirrel a professor?
I wouldn't think so, because I did a lot of things before I ended up, doing the thing to the squirrel, that I think a professor would have, broken the spell and turned back into a human, or something.
I would think.
Unless this was a professor's familiar, maybe? Which is possible.
There's 9 people we have to worry about having familiars.
Oh no, there's a lot of people you should worry about having familiars.
One of them is me.
Yeah. Everyone in the party has pets, but Ketch has, a coterie of dead creatures that just...
Oh, what if I make Aristotle? What if I make Aristotle an albatross?
Sure, I mean, you could.
If I make Aristotle test subject number 3.
No, I'm not gonna mess with Feywild stuff.
That's probably for the best.
with my luck, it's probably going to end up being some fey creature's going to end up putting a curse on me, and then I have to walk backwards for the rest of my life or something.
Look. The Fae, you already know where it exists, and that there are people and creatures who pass from one plane to the other. It's the reason that a lot of things have happened.
How did we irritate the Fae?
You didn't, technically. Because the Feywild is kind of indifferent to it, to your actions around it. Others are very curious.
Now I just need ivory. Or I guess I could commission just an ivory statue of myself. But who? I don't know.
What spell is that for?
I thought you knew, and that's why you were like, "Oh, I know what you would need it
I
for."
don't remember off the top of my head. Material components are something that I always forget.
Well, I mean, I might as well say it. I mean, even if I didn't, you could just look up ivory statue.
Mm-hmm.
It's contingency.
Ooh, cool.
It's a 6th level spell, so it's not anytime soon. But it's like one of the things where it's like, okay, I'm probably gonna get this at higher levels, because I'm a paranoid wizard. I need a statuette of myself carved from ivory and decorated with gems, at least 1500 GP. And I was going to use the assorted gems as well as a few of my diamonds to decorate that. And essentially, I can choose a spell of 5th level or lower that I can cast, and has a casting time of 1 action. From that, I can make a circumstance, like, say, if I stop breathing, or if I get submerged in liquid, or if I all of a sudden become entrapped in flame, the contingency activates, and it activates whatever spell I set it to, a 5th level or lower. So even if I am out of spells and have no way to cast any other spell, contingency will activate and save me. For instance, I could use it for like a short teleportation, like a banishment, or like if I'm submerged in water, I can it will automatically cast water breathing on me, something like that.
Okay, cool.
It's literally a spell made for paranoid wizards.
Yeah. It also has to be re-upped every 10 days.
Or 20 days.
It says 10 in the spell.
Oh, it says 10 in the spell, but I have the extended mind crystal.
Oh.
So I can double...
Up to 24 hours.
Yeah.
So it would be 10 days.
Wait, extended mind crystal has a limitation of 24 hours?
Yes.
Huh, didn't know that.
Yeah. The extended mind crystal contains sorcerer's potential, allowing you to apply meta magic. Not blah blah blah. The extended mind crystal doubles the duration of a spell that already has a duration of 1 minute or longer, up to a maximum of 24 hours.
Oh, my bad.
It's all good.
Didn't know. Oh, sorry. Yeah. I mean, it's fine with me. Still can do a lot of effectiveness with other things. Oh, sweet. Thanks.
Yep. Oh boy.
What's up?
No, I'm just. Ooh. That was a lot.
That was a lot.
I'm sorry.
It's okay. Is the albatross worse than the sheep, Sarah?
They're about equal, because basically the exact same thing happened to the albatross that happened to the sheep.
That's fair.
Basically the exact Same thing. They both exploded. There were guts everywhere. And there was the question of what would happen if someone found it.
Mm-hmm.
Both left me in tears
I'm sorry.
from laughing so hard.
Okay.
It even says that in my crystal thing. That's my bad. I just didn't read it fully.
It's all good.
I was like, oh man, I better change that on my inventory, so I know it's like to a maximum of 24 hours. And then I saw it and I was like, oh, never mind. Still gonna be handy for stuff like polymorph, which
Oh,
was
yeah.
one of the main things I'm kind of excited to use it for, because you can change for 2 hours. So it's kind of nice.
Mm-hmm. Like the mind crystals are really cool. The only thing that I don't like is the fact that it seems like whenever Wizards of the Coast needs to make a new magic item, they just cannibalize a sorcerer feature.
Oh, that's fair.
Because this is literally just meta magic to everybody.
Oh yeah, most definitely. In fact, didn't I forget what book it was, but didn't they have like a feat where you can just take a sorcerer's meta magic?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because I know I have that feat
Oh, nice.
in your game. Yeah.
Yeah, I
Oh,
didn't
yeah.
think it was in mine.
Yeah. No. Rayos would.
When you said I have that feat, I thought you were talking about like in like this campaign setting or somehow in real life.
Oh, trust me, there are people in this campaign setting who have that feat too. Don't get me
I'm
wrong.
sure. Vector definitely has it.
Vecna has his own custom everything because that guy is annoyingly complicated.
It's Vecna. I'm sure a quarter of the 8 at least have it.
Oh yeah.
Alright, cool. And because it's next morning, I roll a d6 plus 4, but since plus 4, it just goes back. That's cool.
Like, honestly, if there's a class that really needs to just have a complete page 1 rewrite, like everyone talks about the Ranger just because it kind of sucks in basic 5e. But like it's the Sorcerer because they just don't have anything unique anymore.
That's fair. You know what? I mean, maybe that's what makes them unique, though. Like, everyone can have a little bit of Sorcerer, but the Sorcerer is the only Sorcerer. They get it all. Because I guess there's also feats where like you can learn spells from other classes, which I was considering getting, but probably.
But like the
Andrew.
thing, yeah. Mhm.
Oh, sorry. Continue.
It's okay. It's just the thing is the thing that I think of is always just like the core feature of the Sorcerer is meta magic.
Yeah.
That's just like I pulled up their thing here, and it's just you get your subclass, you get meta magic, and you get sorcery points, and then that's it. And so, really, anything else having meta magic, just because why would you otherwise play a sorcerer if you can play a wizard
I mean, I guess
with meta
because they
magic?
can have like multiple meta magics and like multiple, and they have like more sorcery points than like you can get with just 2. But again, I also see what you're saying. I agree that it would need to be reworked because they're not as special anymore.
A cool way to fix that would just be to make a sorcerer a D8 hit die.
That's fair.
That would help a lot, but like it wouldn't fix everything.
Or have like just a little bit more like different meta magics that are specifically for sorcerer and not going to be turned into like feats.
Yeah, maybe.
Speaking of which, right now, especially because next level I am getting a feat probably, I have a list of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 10 different feats that I can't decide between.
Okay. So what sort of things are you looking at?
Well, Artificer Initiate,
Okay.
because of some of their spells.
Mhm.
I kind of want Observant and or Keen Mind, because that would just make sense with, my character, and it's kind of handy. Mostly, like, I had a list bigger than this, but I was like, oh, that would make sense, and everything. Like Shadow Touch, I was really tempted to get Shadow Touch, but again, I don't see it being like a character thing. Like, oh, how am I Shadow Touched in this game?
Yeah,
It
the
is like,
Shadowfell
oh,
doesn't exist
yeah,
yet.
or it doesn't.
Yes.
It doesn't exist yet. There are creatures who any other campaign setting would describe as fell in this setting. They're just not
I've
from
also
the
noticed I have a
Shadowfell.
lot of, yeah, that's totally fair.
Okay.
They have
Because the creatures who made them haven't made the fell yet.
someone get like Vampire King on the line.
He does not exist yet.
I was also
The
thinking
tower, the
about-
obelisk, it doesn't exist.
Yeah, the obelisk doesn't exist yet.
Yeah, time flows
we're one of the
normally and
gods.
naturally.
Isn't it wonderful?
I know, right? I also noticed I have a bunch of ritual spells, so I was thinking like maybe ritual caster just for that flavor, or spell sniper, something. I don't know. Flirt's kind of nice. And then I have a bigger list of about 20 different spells that I still can't decide on for next level up.
Yeah. That's fair. There's a lot of spells.
Yeah. Also, specifically because I'm probably not going to get it, but I don't mind like talking about like this. You know the spell Vampiric Touch,
Mm-hmm.
where it's like you touch something, take its life, and it heals your own. I have currently because we had no healer, I took this I think pretty early on, life transference,
Mm-hmm.
which I can use my own health to heal other people.
Mm-hmm.
So I was trying to become a Healy wizard without, being able to, cast Cure Wounds or anything like that. So I was like, oh yeah, life transference. It's not the best solution, but like in a pickle, it works. And my idea was, like, especially with Vampiric Touch and life transference together, like just two hands on two different people, like, suck, give life.
Yeah.
And
You
I just thought
definitely
that was a really interesting, like, idea.
check out the
for
spell
like-
Wither and Bloom. Because I know
Wither and
I've
Bloom
used that in your
sounds fun.
campaign. That's a oof spell. That's a fun one.
Yeah. Oh, hey, yeah, that's handy. I was looking for more like pure healy heal rather than like hit dice. But,
Right.
I mean, yeah, that's a good alternative for healing spells for wizards.
Oh yeah.
It also, I guess that makes sense why clerics don't have it.
I mean, druids get it, and they're basically the nature domain cleric.
Yeah.
That's my hot take. Druid shouldn't be a class; it should just be the nature domain cleric.
Fair. Ooh, that also reminds me. At some point when we're in a forest, especially because I have a lot of ink now,
Mm-hmm.
I had an idea with Fabricate.
Oh.
What?
Well, I might do this. So I don't know, but essentially, if I have a lot of ink and leather and wood, I can make books. And because I know my own spell book, I could fabricate my own spell book, so I have a second.
Helpful, handy.
Yeah, that's the whole thing.
What does this have to do with the forest?
Wood,
Wood.
paper.
Ah,
Yeah.
So I don't want to just buy wood because I mean I can just get it anywhere.
Yeah, you could
But
just
yeah,
steal
you think
someone's
that
bar
would work,
counter by
Andrew?
accident.
Yeah.
Would something like that work?
Yeah. Just in theory, like I'm probably not gonna do it anytime soon, but like because it's all the components and it's all right there. So.
Right.
Yeah.
I'm just double checking something. Okay.
I'll be right back. It's
Yeah, no.
Okay.
Tech.
What?
Um. Spellbook is the repository for spells you know, except your cantrips. Oh wait, here it is. Replace in the book. You can copy a spell from your own spellbook into another spellbook. Faster and easier since you understand your own notations how to cast it. You only need to spend 1 hour and 10 gold for each level. If you lose your spellbook, to transcribe into a new one. I would. I mean, that's a. Fabricate.
I am back.
Okay.
Somehow it's 74 degrees in here.
Huh.
Yay.
If you're working with fabricate, creatures can't be created or transmuted. You didn't do either. You also can't use it to create items that ordinarily require a high degree of craftsmanship. I think that a spellbook would qualify as that.
Okay, I agree, but counterpoint with that, I already made my spellbook from scratch, so I would know its detail.
Right, but I'm talking about the actual spells. You could definitely create another book, easy. That's no question there. But the high degree of craftsmanship would be to recreate all the spells in the book within 10 minutes.
Fair. Would I have already like created those beforehand technically by having the spell there? Again, I this is probably something I'm never gonna do. I'm just it's fascinating,
I'm
ideas.
just trying to. I'm thinking it through because, like, on one hand, my brain wants it to be able to work because it kind of makes sense, but at the same time, the spell book is defined by its spells, and so the spells innately have a high degree of complexity in that you have written them down in your own sort of shorthand with detailed notes about how they work and what you can do to make them slightly better, different learning bits and whatnot. And yes, you have ink, but I don't think that the fabricate spell would be able to just take the ink and apply it in such a precise manner to be able to create just a duplicate spellbook spell, because otherwise then anytime you're 10 minutes alone with another wizard's spellbook, you could walk away with a cloned copy of theirs.
That's fair, but I don't know the spells that are within the spellbook. Like I would still have to know it and like still, know what's within the pages.
Right, but the fabricate spell doesn't know what's within the pages.
Yeah, but I know what's in my spellbook's pages is what I'm getting at. So I could like, especially if I'm alone with my spellbook. I mean, I guess that works with a wizard spellbook, but I don't know like the complexities of it.
So at what
because I know
point?
my spellbook, I can flip through the pages, be like, okay, that's how the ink is situated on that one, like basically photocopying or whatnot on each specific page of this new hypothetical book.
Hmm. I'm not sure. I mean, it. I mean, it. On one hand, it does make sense, but on the other hand, there has to be some sort of limitations. And
Yeah, no, I completely agree.
no, it's just an interesting kind of philosophical design bit.
Yeah.
I am also seeing the clause like, yeah, it says creatures are magic. Oh, wait, spellbooks are magic items. Wait, are they?
Magic items?
I mean, like an arcane grimoire, if that becomes like a +1 thing, that's a magic item.
That's fair. That's fair.
I
But
mean,
are like spellbooks innately like magical, or is it just like, is it like the blueprints for something magical? And like that's why arcane focuses. That's what you use to focus your arcane means, and you use your spellbook to remind you of the order of which to put sigils or whatnot.
right, but your arcane spellbook can be your focus.
Gotcha. So any spellbook can be a focus, or is it only arcane spellbook specifically?
Hang on. Let me look here. Focus. You can use an arcane focus as a spellcasting focus. Yes, thank you. That's not helpful. I mean, I guess it doesn't technically say that, that's weird to me. That doesn't feel right. Because your spellbook absolutely should count as an arcane focus. It's listed as just standard adventuring gear. That's not helpful. Yeah,
Zag'ra, how you feeling?
yeah. Technically speaking, a spellbook is not listed as an arcane focus in any part of the SRD, which that feels wrong.
Yeah, I mean, again, it is in like your campaign and in this campaign setting, it can totally be like however you want. Like, just in general, I didn't know the answer, and I just thought it was fascinating.
Well, the thing is, I also don't know the answer, and there isn't an answer. That's the part that's frustrating, because like, on one hand, I guess the answer is technically, you technically could or should be able to, but I have never seen it kind of played or done in such a way that actually would make sense, because the thing that's really throwing me for the loop is, one, a spellbook is not innately considered a magical item or a focus, because that just feels wrong.
To me, it makes sense because like in this specific example, for instance, in order to cast a spell, you can use spells that you have prepared without your spellbook. Or you can ritual cast from your spellbook, still using your arcane focus. It's like, it's essentially your spellbook is a reminder of all the things that you can learn and do in a day. It's not in itself magical, but it is the key to unlocking different sigils and different things that you like. As long as you apply Arcana the right way, you can turn into magic.
Right, because it is the vestige of Vance. I mean, because Vancian magic is the spell exists in your mind until you cast it, at which point it exits your mind, becoming its own living thing, and takes root in the world. And ergo, you then forget the spell. So wizards carry spell books so that they can relearn their magics. That's like the classical how D&D magic kind of has worked. And so, like, even in 3rd edition, you prepared specific spells for the day instead of just spell slots. So you'd prepare 3 instances of Cure Wounds, and once you've used all of those spells, you don't know the spell Cure Wounds anymore, and you have to go back to your book and re-prepare those spells for the day. And I mean, it was even more draconian in previous editions. You have to go back to your book
to re-prepare the Cure Wounds again?
Yes.
I thought, like if you know Cure Wounds, you have it in your mind, and you can cast it.
Right.
And then the next day, if you take a rest, you can cast it again.
Right,
without,
because
looking at it.
During the rest, you have to re-prepare the spell. You have to gather the ingredients and re-lodge that set of sigils and orders in your mind, because the spell acts as its own living thing. It is fair. You take something from the book or from the world or from the scroll, you absorb it into your mind, and the spell lives there kind of within you, and then when you cast it, you are sending it out. Like, imagine if, like, you know Avogadro's number right now. I mean, I don't know if you actually do, but you sit down at a science classroom taking a test, and one of the questions is, what is Avogadro's number? You write it down, and then for the rest of the test, you don't know what Avogadro's number is. It leaves your mind permanently. That's how Vancian magic is.
In that case, what about replacing like the spellbook like through conventional means? For instance, in the player's handbook, I believe it states that you can create a new spellbook at any point with spells that you have prepared to make a backup copy, which is basically like creating a new spell, but it is faster and easier.
Yes.
Which I believe is let me look it up.
Because you are manually doing it from book to book, just kind of translating from one to the other. Like that, I don't think that that's ever been an issue. It's the thing that it makes it odd is just the automation.
Yeah. I guess in that case, let's get into the nitty gritty of like what Fabricate is. What does it do? It can create raw materials using an image of what is in your mind currently to create a new thing. For instance, I have the raw materials of this wood, as it says in the spell, to make a bridge, and I like can think of like what the bridge looks like, and I have a ring. I can make sigils on it as before because it is what I thought of. So given that instance, if I think of like all the proper order of like what a spell is and put it in a book using Fabricate, what in that case would happen to that spell book? Would you be able to use that as like if I just use say one spell from my spell book into another book, and I use Fabricate to create it? Would I be able to use that new book to cast that spell because it is an exact copy of my understanding of, let's say, prestidigitation?
I would think that it would work for you because it would be a copy of your spellbook. If you had to, like, even in the wizard tab, it mentions that wizards will often have multiple copies of their spellbook scattered around, so that way if they lose it or need to replace it, they can always find it. So long as it is a spellbook created by you, you can understand your own notations and whatnot to be able to cast the spell.
My point exactly.
Right. And so the question is then, when you are going to go to fabricate the spell into the spell book, which once again, from a purely mechanical standpoint, makes sense. At what point do you have to have the spell lodged in your mind to command the fabricate to do it? How long does that take? And
in that case, depending on like how like smart the wizard is, I guess. But given that, you could like have your spell book at the ready, like looking at the page and just commanding the ink to form that exact same shape from the page to the other page, flip. Do the same thing for each individual page of the new book that is being done. And you don't even have to understand the spell at that point. You're just literally taking the ink stains verbatim into that spell book like a copy machine. Like the copy machine, it doesn't know what it's creating, but those who use the paper that the copy machine produces do.
Right. And
it is fascinating.
I know,
It's
right? I love this
interesting
sort of
quandary.
Because once again, that immediately makes me think about the clause of high degree of craftsmanship, because even with a scanner or a copier, you have generation loss. You might not notice it the first time, but if you make a copy of a copy of a copy, eventually it starts to degrade.
Yeah.
So the thing is, then, it would be you'd have to track the generations of the spell, but also the fabricate casting time is 10 minutes. So you have 10 minutes to say, well, I want this page into this new book. Which, I mean, on one hand could work, but there's also not necessarily a guideline for how many pages a single spell takes. Which is, on one hand, it makes sense because that's a level of resource management, like, that would make this game not fun. I have a book that is 164 pages. I'm filling it up with this spell that takes exactly 6 pages, and, like, at that point, just buy another book. At which case, then you have another spell book.
Given that, like how the spell says, like you can make a bridge out of wood, would you have to think about each individual plank of wood that goes into the bridge? Because not all the wood on all the different trees have their own like different patterns and different ways of like how the tree grew. Some limbs are shorter, some are bigger. Would you have to think about all of that individually for a bridge span of like say 20 feet, and would that be capable of being like done in 10 minutes?
Fabricate a large or smaller object. So it's large size. So the large size is 10 by 10?
So specifically, if you continue on, it says contain within a 10-foot cube or 8 connected 5-foot cubes.
Okay. Gotcha. So 8 connected 5-foot cubes. So that would be at most 40 feet then.
Yeah.
So could you create a 40-foot bridge in 10 minutes by magically moving nature around you? I mean, it's the same way as you could cut down a tree and it falls over the gorge and you just kind of walk over the tree. So, I mean, I think, yes, it just wouldn't be a good bridge. I think this spell is constrained. One, it's intentionally constrained by its size, so that way you can't do something crazy. But at the same time, it is limited by the time. Like, you could take all of the materials for a boat and you could fabricate yourself a boat that would fit inside of the 8 connected 5-foot cubes in a configuration, taking 2 by 4, so like 10 by 40, and that would be the 8 connected 5-foot cubes. It just wouldn't necessarily be the most great boat because it's limited by the space and by the amount of time, because it would have to fabricate that in 10 minutes. So a spell book, it definitely fits within the space, but is it capable of saying it wouldn't be the best because it would just be copying it? With the limitation on time, without having any direct time of knowing how to copy a spell. Actually, wait a second, that would be in the short rest section of the wizard thing. Not the short rest, just the preparing and casting. The wizard table shows how many spell slots you have to cast your spells of first level and higher. To cast one of these spells, you have to expend a spell slot, blah blah blah. You prepare the list of wizard spells that are available for you to cast. Choose a number of wizard spells from your book equal to intelligence modifier plus wizard level. You can change your list of prepared spells when you finish a long rest. Preparing a new list of wizard spells requires the time spent studying your spellbook and memorizing the incantations and gestures you must make to cast the spell, at least 1 minute per spell level for each spell on your list. So I feel like that might be the way that it would work for Fabricate, because you would be able to copy the book, and then you could copy, using the 10 minutes of time, 1 minute per spell level. I think that would be the way to...
How about this? Could you extend the time that Fabricate takes to cast? Like,
with the extended Mind Crystal?
Oh, I mean, that just improves duration, not casting time. I'm talking about more like, in ritual spells, where you can either know the spell...
Fabricate is not a ritual.
No, I'm talking about, I'm talking about other spells, for example, with Identify. It takes a casting time of 1 minute, or if you don't have the spell memorized, it takes 11 minutes. So spells can take more time to cast than just the average sort of 1 minute. Okay, do this. Okay, done. But what if it's like, okay, do this, and that's going to take more time to do it. Could you do something similar in effect with Fabricate, where okay, the casting time is 10 minutes. I want to take 30 minutes to cast a spell, which normally there would be no purpose for, except in this specific theoretical example.
Can you take longer to cast a spell? I know your example for Identify. It's 1 action to cast if you have the spell prepared and you're expending a spell slot. But then it's the 10 minutes as a ritual, and so you spend the 10 minutes that it takes to cast a ritual spell, and then the 1 action is just kind of the activation, because you are spending that 10 minutes to generate 1 spell slot, essentially, and then casting that spell with said generated spell slot. And so that's the ritual casting. So Fabricate being a casting time of 10 minutes, the thing with the ritual casting is, it is not, with ritual casting, you are basically taking the time allotted to generate and echo the magic around you into a spell slot, so you don't have to expend said spell slot. Fabricate isn't a ritual, so you're going to have to expend that spell slot anyway. It just takes 10 minutes to cast. And then the duration is instantaneous, so the 10 minutes of casting time, I mean, in my mind, that works as it is fabricating the spell, 3D printer-esque. But not necessarily. I mean, technically speaking, not necessarily. Because you cast the spell and then instantaneously the work is done. But that's just looking at the beginning product, then 10 minutes later you're looking at the end product. So whatever happens in between, it doesn't... It's almost... My brain wants to say it doesn't matter, but it absolutely does. It just doesn't say what it is.
So in that case, let's look for more creation or changing spells and see what their wording is. For instance, with Polymorph, this spell transforms a creature you see within range into a new form.
Okay.
So with that, could you say you can make adjustments to Polymorph, right? It's not just okay, I want a dog and a random dog. It's okay, I want a dog, let's say black fur this time, and let's make them a German Shepherd. With that same Polymorph spell, you can turn someone into, say, a poodle.
Right.
Now,
but Polymorph is a 1-action casting, and you can't do it as a ritual.
Yes. But the duration is concentration up to an hour.
Well,
during that entire concentration, are you actively thinking about that dog, or
you're maintaining concentration on the spell to maintain the form? You're not concentrating to maintain. I mean, yeah, you would have to, I guess, consist of the form, because there isn't. You can't just change a polymorph midway through. You can't turn someone into a poodle and then halfway through the polymorph turn them into a German Shepherd.
Yes, that is what I'm saying. So in the beginning of the spell, you decide a form and you just concentrate on making that form, right?
You decide a form and then it happens because it's
Yes.
an action.
Yes. So in that case, do you have to think like with what every organ where they go, what every rib bone looks like, what each thing can you feasibly do that in 6 seconds?
No. I
Exactly.
don't.
That
Right.
that is
That's the magic of it. Like it takes your idea of what a dog is, and then it applies basic understanding of the natural order of things to do it.
and that's where I'm getting with the spell book with
Right.
fabricate.
But there
It's
is no
not
natural order
you
of the
don't have to
spell.
Yes, there's a natural order of the spell, and as you were just like talking about, there's a natural order of like how a dog works. I don't have to think about each individual bone, much like how I think in like fabricate. You don't have to think about each individual like exactly what the spell does when you're creating it, as much as like you are creating the idea of like the ink on the page and what that spell would do. Like you don't have to think about it. You just um, think about what the page itself is saying. And it's like, okay, I want to think of a dog versus, okay, I want to think about cure wounds that is on this page of my book.
Right. Um, the one thing that I would say is, though, a spell book is, once again, because Vancian magic nonsense, a spell book is a wizard's collection of their stuff, and they intentionally, like, it. The annoying thing about 5e is it takes a lot of these old traditional things and then it just assumes that you know it, because the writers of 5e did not expect 5e to be as big as 5e would become. And so they assume that 5e is designed for players who have already experienced a lot of these traditions, where, no kidding, a wizard's spellbook is absolutely designed to be encoded. It is something that is maybe in one language or another, but it is the wizard's own personal shorthands, their own glyph styles, their own how they chose to make the spell. And so there is no two spells that are exactly the same. And that's why when you have two wizards meeting up, they have to teach each other the inner workings of how one spell works in order to copy it over into another person's book. At which point that spell is, while it is functionally the same, it is copied over in a different manner.
That's my point. That's why it's not exactly my point. I should clarify. That's what I'm talking about. Like I couldn't do this with say another wizard spellbook, but with my own, because I have my understanding of uh like what my spellbook is, how I've encoded it, the process, the memories even of me writing down in the spellbook itself.
Could you? I mean,
Again, it's one of those things where it's like I don't think there's a correct answer for D&D. It's like just as what DM rules or like house rules and whatnot. And I totally agree. Like if especially in this campaign, like if you say, oh, you can't fabricate a new spell book, completely
honestly,
understandable.
no, but what you had kind of said there at the end, considering that it is all your own stuff, a spell book is inherently not magical. It is not a magic item. And because it is also not, and while that, and just along that same path, it is not a focus, which doesn't inherently make it a magical item or not. And because it is in your own thing, and you have all the resources, understanding, I guess, yeah, the cost of producing a new spellbook could be just as easy as the fabricate spell. It feels wrong, but it makes sense.
Yeah, no, I completely agree.
It feels horribly wrong, but it makes sense. Huh. Yeah. That, I guess that would be a way to do that, and so then the way around that would be to make sure you're keeping track of where all of those spell books are, because with enough time, another wizard could find them and decode them. Huh. Yeah, no. So I guess, can you fabricate a spell book? Yeah. In 5e, it makes sense that you could. I'm going to change that for my game because it feels wrong. And a spellbook should absolutely be an arcane focus, and
yes, Andrew. Yes. Feel the power flow through you.
I know, but like in 5e, rules as written, yeah, you can fabricate a duplicate spellbook. That makes sense. Man,
I feel like I've changed Andrew's entire viewpoint on the world right now.
No, because 5e has a lot of issues, and I already knew that. But like, it's just like, it feels so wrong. The idea of,
I think the one thing protecting this is that even in rules as written, the fact that in order to copy a spell or write in your spellbook at all, you need specifically fine inks and not just regular old ink off the street, which fine inks themselves probably cost more money, which would end up, especially for every single page, since I think one spell costs 50 GP of fine inks or something.
But no, it really doesn't. It just is 50 gold pieces of ink.
Yeah.
It could be any ink. You could write your spellbook in blood. And I'm sure some edgelord wizard has done that.
There are tattoos and etched stone and stuff.
Right.
So, yeah, I guess that makes sense.
So just something that you can use as ink. There could be some kid who, if you're doing a modern setting, they could technically use a highlighter as their spellbook ink. It would be stupid, but part of the decoding process is figuring out why you wrote with yellow highlighter on a white piece of paper.
Mm-hmm.
It technically works. But yeah, no.
Thanks, Todd Howard.
Thanks, 5e. You've really just been 5th edition.
Yeah, thanks, Wizards of the Coast.
For all of your incredible talent in putting a very good game together, I know you never intended this, but also, meh.
Also, Sarah's still on the line. What are your... I've been here for the past, 30 minutes?
What's your say? Can you fabricate a spellbook?
Yeah. What's your point of view?
I guess since I just consider spellbooks as arcane focuses anyway, I guess my answer would be no, since they would be a magic item.
Right, that's what I'm saying, but the thing is, the thing that blows my mind is that they're not focuses.
Yeah, officially. But I can change the rules how I want.
Yeah.
They put that in the book.
that is true. That is very true.
That's literally rule number one.
Do you need to tune to an arcane grimoire?
If it's a focus, yes.
Okay.
Wait, but you don't need to. Wait, no, you don't need to attune to a focus, because a holy symbol is not something that you attune to unless it has a magical enchant of +1. So you don't have to attune to your spell book unless you have copied your spells into a magical item that would give you a bonus.
It's like the arcane grimoire, which is attunement, I believe, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Huh. Yeah, no, I don't like that. That doesn't sit well.
Personally, I'm cool either way. Like I can see both. I think for any like games and like my campaign stuff, I would probably just I would like say spellbooks don't necessarily need to be, but could be arcane focus. Like if someone says I want my arcane focus to be a spellbook, then yeah, I totally go for it. But if
Yeah.
it's like, oh, I want this orb to be my spell focus, but this book, like I couldn't. Okay, I'd be totally cool with that.
Yeah, like you have the spell book so that you have. Wait, no, you wouldn't even need the spell book then. Like if you were using an orb, because the whole preparation of everything, so that you prepare your spells, you spend the time memorizing it, so the spell lives in your mind, and you can just cast it using your spell slots. So you wouldn't actually need to have your book out to Harry Potter your wand around or to stare into your crystal orb. And yeah, no, you wouldn't need to have it out. You just need to have it on you for reference during a long rest.
Exactly.
Yeah. Which, yeah, that makes sense because that's just classical 5e wizard rules because orbs and wands and rods are focuses.
Yeah, they are made to like channel like magic,
Mhm.
right? Whereas the book itself is made to memorize how to channel different types of magic.
Right. But that still just feels weird as to why they wouldn't just say that it can be a focus. Because like you have it's like looking at the instruction manual and then building it and then looking back at the instruction manual building a little bit like.
Well, I mean, given that analogy, that I actually see it the other way a little bit more because like you look at an instruction manual for like building a couch, you still need a screwdriver to put in those screws.
Well, okay. Yeah. Hmm.
Sarah, any bets on how much longer we're gonna discuss the
Spellbooks,
implications
yes,
of spellbooks and arcane
I think you
foci?
could go on till midnight.
Oh,
I also think that.
yeah. No, they should be. They can be because of optional because it's the DM's rule. But I think, I think what you are saying, Jacob, is correct. In that, I think the idea of the spellbook not being an arcane focus is because you need another implement in order to focus your energies upon and to channel the spell. I just don't like that. I think that you should be able to do that with the book. But
Totally fair.
rules as written says you need something else because the book is just the instruction manual.
I think
And
it's
even
also,
then the spell is
maybe
in your
it's
mind.
put in place. Maybe it's put in place like that, so it's like there can be a level of danger of losing your arcane focus versus losing an entire spell book, and like the different like levels of that are like, oh, I don't have an arcane focus anymore. If I get another arcane focus, I'll be perfectly fine. Oh, I don't have my spell book anymore. I need to do a whole lot in order to get that. But like, it's different dangers of being a wizard.
Right. Because, like, the one thing that's interesting is prone that doesn't really get brought up is whenever you fall prone, you drop everything you're holding.
Oh, you do?
Yeah.
No, I didn't know that one. I know. I also an interesting thing about prone is like if you're prone, ranged attacks have disadvantage,
Yes.
which is another fact that I always like keeping in the back of my mind, but I don't think it ever comes up. It's just prone itself is an interesting condition.
Hang on, let me double check and make sure I'm right. Actually, wait, no, it does not say. Oh, sorry, it's unconscious. When you go unconscious, you drop everything you're holding. I got that
I mean,
mixed
that
up.
makes sense.
Yeah. Because in that same line it says, a creature drops whatever it's holding and falls prone. So yeah, no, that makes sense, but... yeah. No, I think what you're saying about the different danger levels is 100% true.
Yeah.
Because a wizard is going to be incredibly guarded about their spellbook. That's like, it's a backup of everything that they can do, and that's why a wizard would want to make copies just in case. So yeah, rules as written, you can fabricate a spellbook because it's just another book. Actually, rules is written you could technically fabricate an arcane focus. Wait, no, because wait,
Wait,
'cause
is
you
the
can't-
arcane focus a magic item?
is a special item.
Oh, diff.
It's not.
Oh my god.
An arcane
That to me is
focus.
kind of weird.
Yeah, an arcane focus is.
That to me right there is weird. Arcane focus is not being magic.
Yeah. I mean, like, if they have a
Huh.
+1 enchantment, they are, obviously, because
Oh
+1
yeah, no,
enchantment.
I
yeah.
get that, but that you have to attune to because it's
Mhm.
like your +1.
Right.
But regular, like I could see like regular arcane focuses being magic, but you just don't have to attune to them. It's like a writing utensil, like it's
Yeah.
you
But
draw magic runes within the air with your wand, etc.
But like it says, an arcane focus is a special item: an orb, a crystal, a rod, a specially constructed staff, a wand-like length of wood, or some similar item designed to channel the power of arcane spells. But it's not a magic item on its own.
That is very weird.
Yeah.
So what is the definition of a special item in D&D 5e?
It's as far as Roll20 goes, it's not a hyperlinked item. It's not something hyperlinked, so it's not actually defined. It's just a special item. It's different than a normal item, but it's not a magic item because that would have. Oh, that's. Hang on.
Okay,
Because
okay. I guess I can kind of see where that's coming from, but
Yeah,
it feels like arcane focuses should be a little bit magical. Otherwise, like, could you not just pick up a twig off the ground and say, "Okay, this is my wand now"?
Well, that would be a druidic focus. Yeah.
Yeah, I guess that's fair.
Okay, hang on. Material components here for spells. Casting some spells requires particular objects specified in parentheses, in the component entry. A character can use a component pouch or a spell casting focus found in the equipment area in place of the component specified for the spell. But if a cost is indicated for a component, a character must have the specific component before they can cast the spell. If a spell states that a material component is consumed by the spell, the caster must provide this component for each casting of the spell. Fine. Must have a hand free to access the spell's material components or to hold a focus, but it can be the same hand that they use to perform somatic components.
Oh yeah.
So it's not a magic
Because in the
item.
book, you don't need an arcane focus. You can just use the material components like together.
Right. So the component pouch might as well just be a focus. Because yeah. So yeah. So that, I mean, I know
So
that's
in
one
that
thing that I
case-
have changed in my game because I
Well,
just said
I-
that a
I
component
would
pouch is a
actually-
focus.
I wouldn't say a component pouch is a focus.
Well, it
it's-
functions the same way.
It functions the same way, but for it to be a focus, I think like an orb, like, oh yeah, you can use an orb in replacement of like, oh, instead of needing a twig or a small spool of thread, you can use your arcane focus, thus it being a magic item. While a component pouch itself, you're using raw materials in this spell that you're like, waving around. And then like you can't use like the same twig that you use to say do one spell to replace the spool of wire to do another.
But also because the spellcasting focus isn't a magic item, you're just using that in place of it, so you're kind of tapping into an arcane sigil or a druidic sign or a holy symbol and a god's power to just, instead of doing that, you just kind of, the power of Christ compels you and you just da-da-da-da-da and do the somatic components with that. And so it's technically, like, what you would be holding there is just a piece of wood that's been stapled to another piece of wood in a shape and, a Lego figure on the front of it, and that technically counts as a holy symbol. And so none of those items are magical, but you're using them in a magical way as a material component. And so you might as well have them either in a component pouch or as a holy symbol or an arcane focus or a whatnot.
Well, I would separate like holy symbols and like arcane focuses. Because holy symbols, I think, are specific to like whatever deity or idea that the cleric worships, while the arcane focus is more like using raw magic potential to create, the spell sending.
Mm-hmm.
Because like anything can be a representation to your god. Like you can like write down the symbol like just a cross on a piece of paper and be like, okay, I will attempt to use this to communicate to whatever god, and like that might or might not work, or maybe the god hasn't recognized that as a symbol for its like devotion.
That's fair. I just kind of wanted to do the exorcist thing, so that no, what you're saying makes perfect sense. But the thing that's throwing me is like Caleb Widowgast. He uses a component pouch, and so you get Liam doing all of the different. I drag the dust up my arm and cast Disintegrate over the T-Doc.
Yeah.
But theoretically, he could also just have an orb or a staff or a wand and do the exact same thing, since there is no material cost for Disintegrate, if I'm remembering correctly. But for all intents and purposes, at least for the hypothetical, let's just say there isn't.
Mm-hmm.
The thing is, it's just the same function. It's just being called something different. Because what is an arcane... Like, you mentioned that a divine focus is channeling the power of a god through a recognized symbol that is shared and anointed by said being. What's an arcane focus connecting to? In 5e terms, because 5e is set in the Forgotten Realms, that's the Weave.
Mm-hmm.
But the Weave has no sort of identity. It doesn't have a form. It's just sort of the effervescence of magic that just flows in and out and around everything. So why couldn't a spell book then just be also considered a focus?
I mean, as we said it, like a spellbook can be considered a focus, but
Right,
not
well,
all. It's like jacuzzis and hot tubs. All hot tubs are or all jacuzzis are hot tubs, but not all hot tubs are jacuzzis. That sort of deal. Like a spellbook can be a focus, but I don't think all spellbooks have to be.
Oh, 100% right. I'm just right now, and that kind of fits into the rules as intended. I'm just thinking of rules as written. Why wouldn't the Weave recognize a spellbook as a focus? Because that's the only thing that would stop something from being a focus necessarily, right? Just the recognition and
Is there any
understanding.
rules on how to create an arcane focus?
No. Not that I know of, at least. I mean, like, if we're going to like a Mighty Nine example, would the Traveler Con Volcano, would all of those wooden effigies become divine focuses should Artagan have ascended?
I mean, maybe. Okay, so let's go back to base. What does an arcane focus do? It enables you, without components, or like without gold required consumable components, to cast a spell that would normally require them. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So if we think about it like that, what are focuses made out of then? Could maybe focuses are made out of all the material components, like just put into one somehow, that you can use at any point without consuming them.
Mm-hmm.
Like unconsumable components, of course. Like within the wizard's orb, there's a spool of string, somewhere like deep within, and like a twig, and like it's somehow all melted down into like one thing.
Because yeah.
That's how I could, like in my mind, that's how I can make it work, as far as it not being a magic item.
Yeah.
But the far simpler solution is that it would be a magic item.
Oh yeah, like the far simpler and very intuitive thing that it makes sense for, like, I figure, like, because what we're getting into, like, if you just asked any other random D&D player, is a spellbook a magic item? The answer is just yes.
Well, I mean, if you would have asked me that, like, say, I don't know, 4 hours ago before we
Yeah.
had this conversation, I would have also said no.
Oh. Okay, fine. Would it
I
is,
would have considered it.
is an arcane focus a magic item?
I would have said yes.
Yeah. Okay. Fair. Huh. So yeah, no. Spell books are not magic items. Arcane focuses are not magic items, but they act like they are, or at least should be.
We need to get to the bottom of this. Who's creating these arcane focuses? Where does this trail lead back to?
Crawford.
I gotta design a one-shot. I gotta design a one-shot with that now.
Where someone is just manufacturing counterfeit arcane focuses that connect to the wrong god. Like you get a divine focus that is actually an arcane weave, and so you can only use it if you're like a divine soul sorcerer.
Oh, that is brilliant. Oh, that's great. All right.
Huh. Yeah.
I'm still here.
Yes.
Hi, Sarah. What are your opinions on arcane focuses and spell components?
I don't know if I really have much of one.
Yeah.
I'm curious about something. What is every single component in 5e that is non-consumable?
Oh gosh, I don't want to know how long that list is.
All material spell components, D&D 5e spreadsheet. Oh yes, please.
Oh boy, you're gonna get everything. If it's in a spreadsheet, it's
Okay. Oh man, this is a very good spreadsheet. Yo, Andrew, check the spreadsheet out.
yeah. I want to see.
This is a very well-designed spreadsheet.
Oh yeah, wow. Oh gosh, it's got the values. That makes sense. This okay. I love how there's 5 people looking at this right now, and I know that one of them is you.
Yep, and one of them is you.
But there's just 3 other people who are actively looking at this, and that's great.
Okay. Okay, so if we go from the bottom, because it has an organization feature, really handy. So
Uleaf, Winchwood,
270, 241, excuse me. 241 components that aren't like a super high, like, you know, a diamond or an agate, a jewel, because I think that would make the arcane focus be a little bit more valuable. Wow, yeah, okay, so there's oil, sumac leaf, phosphorus. Oh, and some of these repeat, so it's probably less than that, because there's phosphorus 5 times.
There's water a lot of times as well.
Yeah. Hold on, let's also narrow this down to see if we can just choose wizard. Just wizard spells. If wizard yes, then show. If no, do not. There.
Huh. Applesorcerer.com ref. Huh. Hey, I want to see what their website's actually like.
Oh, where'd you find the website?
It was inside of one of their hyperlinks.
Oh, sweet.
Yeah, applesorcerer.com.
What was that?
Applesorcerer.com.
Oh, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, very clean website.
Oh, yeah. Products.
Magical mishaps.
DM skilled stuff. Okay.
Right.
Ravnica. 6 ability score feats. DM resources. Pre-generate characters. Spreadsheets. All player options. All material spell components. All player options. Oh boy, what's that?
Ooh, yeah.
Oh gosh, this is huge.
Oh my gosh. They might be bigger nerds than us.
Which, honestly, I appreciate it. That's awesome.
Same. I mean, we are talking about we were talking, I think, for almost 3 hours
Mhm.
about theoretical magic physics.
Oh yeah.
And I loved it.
Andrew, how long's the recording?
4 hours 10 minutes.
At least a good 2 of that is theoretical magic.
This is awesome. Oh my gosh, I love this spreadsheet.
Whoever this is makes very good spreadsheets.
Yes. Hang on.
Target. Well, I mean, Spanish. Huh. Because, yeah, I'm looking at components now. Like, it specifically has to be an item distasteful to the target and its banishment. Like, how would you even, like, craft that into an arcane focus? Like, have something that's distasteful to everyone?
Yes. Well, wait, but then that... I
It's
mean...
just Twitter.
Yeah, really. Because, like... man, that's... just an item distasteful to it. So, like... how would you ever do that? Because do you have all of this stuff on yourself at all times? You would have to cast that spell with a focus necessarily, because is a component pouch going to have an item distasteful to every creature in it?
Yeah.
As far as the Apple Sorcerer site, it is by T.R. Appleton.
Great name.
A creative professional currently working in public media in New York and New Jersey. And they write, host, and produce the Episodic Table of Elements, a podcast about the true stories behind every element on the periodic table.
Can I just say that sounds amazing?
It really does.
That sounds like something I would listen to while driving.
They've written several articles popular on Lifehacker on topics ranging from photography to pet care to all the phone numbers that come before 911. Friends with... he co-authored a book called Seinfeld, a collection of more than 1,000 episodes of surreal existential horror set in the Seinfeld universe. That's just awesome. This guy seems cool.
This person is amazing. Talcum powder. Sorry. Alright. So I think being generous, there's like 100 different components. So I don't think an arcane focus could be just made out of all those components. Seinfeld plot synopsis. What? What?
Yeah. This is awesome.
This is amazing.
I love it when we just find random like just normal stuff, and then it just becomes like you find this really cool, awesome person just in the process.
Yeah, this would have never happened if we didn't discuss Fabricate. Like, the last 3 hours almost of our lives would have been completely different.
Oh, there's that podcast on the elements.
Oh, heck yeah, thank you. I might actually add that. Uranium, Two Untold Tales, live at Harvard. Why does he sound like, or they sound like exactly what I thought they would sound like? Like, a highly intriguing email. Like, that is exactly the voice I thought of someone who would do all of this.
I can't say for sure. It's just
Man. I wonder if this is like their job.
all I know is from this about site, and it doesn't tell me when it was last updated or what. Oh wait, the uranium episode was May 29th of 2023.
Still going, baby.
Still going.
And the
yeah,
one right before that was October 19th, 2022.
yeah.
So there's some space in between them.
Mm-hmm. This is awesome. I'm so happy we just got into this conversation because we just found a ton of really cool stuff.
For real.
I hope that one day, like, someone finds something that we did and just goes down a very similar rabbit hole and just is like, who is this Jacob person?
Yeah, who is this Andrew?
Who is Sarah? Like, and just finds all of our stuff and it's just like, oh my gosh, this person is so cool. Like, that is honestly, that's kind of the dream. That's just awesome.
Yeah. Truly.
Like, I also love the notes here on the material spell components list. Like,
Oh yeah.
amber, glass, or
Sorry,
crystal rod.
I have so many tabs open now. I think it's buried under about 7.
But no, it notes here like amber was noted for its ability to create static electricity, and that's just under for because it's chain lightning, which the components are amber, glass, or crystal rod.
Parchment twisted as a loop for rope trick, meant to mimic a Mobius strip.
Mm-hmm.
That's amazing. Man, this is so creative and amazing.
I am floored. I love this so much. Like,
Oh, they're also part of the Upright Citizens Brigade
I don't know what that
on
is.
UCB Comedy. It's like a comedy place in LA
Okay, that's cool.
and New York.
Yeah, I feel like they would be in the New York because that's what they say in their thing here.
I said LA because LA was the first thing that came up, and then I was like, oh, other places. Oh, New York. Makes sense. Okay. Wow. Let's see some of their DM skills stuff. Okay, so
It's the same stuff that was
obviously
listed on their site.
Yeah, the pre-made characters.
Which all of it looks like it's very highly rated, which is great. That's awesome.
Yeah. Ability score feats. The hand you're dealt, determining ability scores by playing cards. Ooh. Fumbles and crits, a unique approach to hard hits and wild misses. Ooh, and 100 new wild magic surges.
Yeah.
That's always fun. I always like making a bunch of different, like wild magic stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
Man, and it's all pay what you want. Dang.
This dude's just awesome.
Yeah, this amazing. It's amazing. I wish T.R. Appleton a very good day.
Oh yeah.
So Sarah,
Hi.
Sarah, are you going on this journey about T.R. Appleton with us?
I bookmarked some of the stuff.
Whoa, what the frick? Dream of the Blue Veil. Check out
Oh, yeah.
Dream of the Blue Veil on card.
Yeah, that's a weird spell.
Yeah. A magic item or willing creature
Yeah.
from the destination world.
Which
as a
means
material
someone who has
component.
come from another world.
Yeah.
Oh, and I love the note here. They totally have to be setting us up for Spelljammer eventually, right?
Yeah, I know. That's what I was going to mention too. That's amazing.
Oh man, yeah, no, we definitely do have that book, yeah. I also love how how a lodestone as a material is used for both disintegrate and mending. That's just really poetic.
Right. Or the licorice root shaving for haste, and the notes are licorice root can be used as a laxative.
I love learning this stuff. Kernels of grain for insect plague. Grain food crops to attract a plague of locusts. Yeah. Maddening darkness. The material is mercury. Also requires a drop of pitch. Mercury, as you might know, causes madness, among other maladies.
Oh yeah, and honeycomb for like suggestion or mass suggestion. Like it's sweet words or honeyed words or catch more flies with honey than vinegar.
And then there's also the honey drop, or for the antipathy or sympathy versus where is it? It's up at the top. Honey drop was for sympathy, and then for antipathy, it is alum soaked in vinegar, a very bitter component, and the other half is extremely sweet. That's just cool.
Or for hallucinatory terrain, and I can't speak.
Hallucinatory?
Hallucinatory. Thank you. Is a green plant. Marijuana? Thanks.
I love this note section. It's great.
This note section is amazing.
It is.
giant slug bile for vitriolic sphere. Very specifically bile, as opposed to saliva, venom, or whatever else. As slugs do not have livers, presumably this is harvested from the animal's hepatopancreas.
Wow.
Also, slugs do not have livers. Storing that away for game show trivia with the family.
Yeah. Oh, and for Rary's telepathic bond, for the component it must be eggshells, but the eggshells from 2 different types of creatures for the telepathic bond between different creatures. Yeah, that's interesting.
And then the comment on it says, this must be some kind of twins thing.
Yeah.
Huh. That's interesting.
Dried carrot for dark vision. Oh my gosh, a dried carrot for dark vision.
That's...
Also, I knew this fact.
Which technically... Well, but that isn't even a fact. Because
Yeah,
it even says it in the notes. Why do I have to say anything? Oh my gosh. Appleton, you're one step ahead.
Carrots give you good eyesight was a plot from American government
British.
to not let Germans know that we had
Radar.
basically radar or night vision goggles.
Yeah. And also because carrots were incredibly cheap.
Yes.
And they needed food.
Not really relevant, but isn't the Great Molasses Flood a strange event from history?
Yes, I saw that.
Yes, it is extremely.
It really is.
I have gone deep. I've deep dived into that. It's both kind of horrible, but also just it's a very interesting part of history.
And then a copper piece for detect thoughts is a penny for your thoughts. Yeah.
That is also interesting for witch bolt. The twig from a tree that has been struck by lightning.
Yeah, those are always my favorite ones, where it's like you have to find this specific component in this specific thing.
Yeah, and like in the notes itself, it says this is a great example of a material spell component that can be an entire adventure hook.
It really can. That is something that I want to do with my game. I want to have material components that can only be found in certain areas at certain times under certain circumstances, so spells have to be rarer. So that way the rarity is not based on whether or not you can perform the stuff, it's whether or not you can collect the stuff and prove that you've gone on enough adventures to actually have vestiges and repositories of information from them. Like, yes, I love that Witch Bolt component. It's so good.
Tarts for Tasha's Hideous Laughter, there's 3 different notes. One that says spell does not consume tarts, but the hungry creature might consume them after casting. Probably and the second one is probably a reference to getting pie in the face, maybe schematic component to the spell thing.
I love it.
It turns out in 2E, at least, the tarts were in fact hurled at the target in the spell.
Oh, that's so good. The spell Pass Wall. Do you know what the material component would be? Don't look it up.
Pass Wall.
Don't look it up.
A bead or something?
No. Sesame seeds. Open sesame.
Oh. Man, D&D's fun, guys.
And to think they wanted to call this satanic. It's just spreadsheets.
It's spreadsheets with a lot of puns.
It really
This is how you.
is.
This is how you summon a dog in real life too. Silver Whistle, Mordekainen's faithful hound.
Yes.
One of the things for, I believe it was Animal Messenger, is you have to have a bit of dried food to convince the animal to do your thing.
Flesh, a cubic inch, or to spell clone. I guess a cubic inch is better than a full pound.
Yeah. Oh yeah, animal friendship or animal messenger is the component is a food morsel. So you're just feeding the animal. They become your friend. Wait, here's a question, Jacob, that goes back to what we were talking about. The spell scrying. Its material component is a focus, a crystal ball, silver mirror, etc.
Wait. So someone who has a component pouch.
No, I mean, it wouldn't be in their component pouch. They would have to have the component, right?
And here it says the value for because it has the value right next to it is 1,000 GP.
Hang on, let's
Like,
pull up the scrying. Okay, scrying components. Focus worth at least 1,000 gold pieces, such as a yeah. It's just a focus worth 1,000 gold pieces. That's it.
Oh.
So because it's not worth 1,000 gold pieces, it's not included in the component pouch. But that's just another one that you have to have a focus for, because otherwise you just can't cast it. But it's weird that it has to be marked as a material component just to denote the value of the focus.
Okay. Maybe it's two different types of focuses? Because, like, what's the definition of a focus? Like, in real life, besides, focusing your eye.
Right.
Is, like, a focus a thing? Like, you focus light through through a lens, or...
Focus as a noun, the main object or interest, the attention given something. This is the Cambridge Dictionary here.
I have Merriam-Webster pulled up, and there is 7 different ones.
The central or most important thing about a company or organization, the act of giving attention to a particular group of customers or a particular activity. I think that's what it's being used for. Mm-hmm. Or the ability to give all your attention, time, and energy to a particular activity. So yeah, it's just something that you give attention to. Mm-hmm. Which, once again, that could be anything. I mean, hence the creative nature of D&D.
My own life. I'm trying to pay attention to it real hard. I'm getting better. I'm waking up every day at 7 a.m.
I mean, that's just a character concept right there.
Yeah. And they can't cast spells anymore because something really bad has just changed them, and now their whole path is.
And that's neat.
Yeah, because I mean, technically that could be a focus. And if you're like a paladin or something, it would be a divine focus, and that would be what your oath is based around. An oath to better yourself. Right? Or, I don't know.
Yeah, no, I agree.
Huh. That is just all cool. I'm so glad we went on this just like journey.
Yeah,
This is-
I
It's
completely
a
agree.
fun journey.
Oh, and that's a good point. Some spells you don't even need a focus for. Like spells that only have verbal or schematic components. As long as it's not a material cost, you don't need to use the focus in that spell unless otherwise stated. And in the arcane focus itself, it says it's designed to channel the power of arcane spells. How is it designed to do that?
No clue.
Well, this is fun.
Yeah, this was awesome.
Yeah, sorry, I'm reading a lot.
Uh-huh. Same.
Okay, so an arcane focus in the PHB does have a gold piece value of 5 to 20 GP.
Okay, but okay, so 5 gold pieces is what an arcane focus is worth then. At minimum.
Well, 5 to 20.
5 to 20, yeah. But what does that actually mean? And who
I know,
decides
it
what that
means
gold piece
whatever-
is worth, or like
That's fair. I mean, I consider it more like, okay, so an arcane focus is honestly fairly cheap by D&D standards,
yes.
which means it should be simple to produce, but that makes no sense.
Right. Because it has to be, specifically designed for this thing that is supposed to be somewhat hard, right? Or is magic just
Yeah.
not supposed to be hard? Which
Every wizard is actually like just so like gets into magic school like, oh, this is very easy, and everyone's like, yeah, just don't tell anyone. We don't want people who we don't want everyone to know magic.
it's the
Don't let
greatest
this
kept
fall into the
secret.
wrong hands.
Guys, we can't
Oh
tell them
shit!
how to
It
do
already
this.
has.
Guys, if someone in the world figures out how to cast freaking sending at all time, if everyone figures that out, it's gonna be chaos.
Everyone gets
We're going
25
to-
words. There's no saving throw. Guys, this is a problem. We need to fix this.
And don't even get me started. It just takes a year to learn Wish. Can you imagine the utter calamity?
That is one thing that I have that I read about the new Critical Role campaign. Like, on one hand, like it's been like 2 months in game, but one of the characters is very kind of tentative about their power levels progressing, and just kind of careful about it. And they're like, "Yeah, in 2 months you went from level 3 to 11. That should scare you."
Yeah.
And I'm like, yeah, no, of course it would. Especially because all the weird stuff that's been happening in between. But, like, jeez, yeah, no, yeah, a year, and then you can just wish for anything.
Mm-hmm. Okay, an arcane focus. In the book itself. It says there's like forms and everything. There's something special done to arcane focuses or foci. But
Okay.
what? What makes arcane focuses special? Not magic items, but able to channel the power of the weave. I love this. I love this note down at the bottom too of like this entire Reddit, like of this long tangent of like, oh, arcane items and like what each focuses for each different class, and then there's just a comment that says, "Leaves one to wonder how wealthy the inventor of the general purpose arcane focus has become."
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Maybe one day, Wizards of the Coast is going to release a new book that's just like spell components and where to find them.
Honestly, that would be very good evergreen content.
You're right. You're right. You know, I said it as a half joke, but honestly, I dig that.
Yeah. Because, like, I was listening to different shows and such, and, like, Bigby's Glory of the Giants, like, it's a book about giants. It can be, you can take that lore to any system. Like, you don't have to play 5e with it. It gives you the stuff to make it easy for 5e, but, like, you can take it anywhere. You can run a Pathfinder game with your lore from this book. It's evergreen content. It is something that is never going to go bad. Whereas something like the Player's Handbook eventually will.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you can always play the game, but, like, we've seen power creep so much, but lore doesn't power creep.
Yo, Andrew, we should totally work together to create something like this. Like, to make like a different like little expansion about like spell components, arcane focuses, and spell books. But also something I've always had a passion of, and like always, I have actually some stuff written down already, but don't have like a full thing for is, um, alchemy and alchemy components,
Oh, yeah.
and the difference between alchemy and like arcane.
I tried to create a potions druid subclass so that you could just create different potions and do alchemy and such. That was fun, but that was there are things I regret about how I did that class, but yeah, no. Having like actual alchemy rules would be really cool.
Yeah, like for instance, one thing I did in a campaign long ago, I believe Desi was actually in this one, but essentially different plants of different types had different like elements or different like components in them. Like say a rose was like 75% this, 25% this for creating potions or whatever. And you could get that 25% by putting other things in that same category to make that potion. We'll combine it with base, etc. But if you like use it in a potion and there's like 50% of one thing, 50% of the other, that 75% will take over and make the potion like, I don't know, a potion of healing or whatever. Also, that brings me to another point of mine. Andrew.
Yes.
Are potions magic? Are potions magic items?
Okay. Before today, I would have said yes. But after everything that we have seen here, I would say that a standard potion, like a healing potion, would not be magical, and the only ones that would be considered magical are the ones that have specific spell effects.
I agree. That's also my point with the alchemy. I never considered alchemy to be to have like magic spells like put in it. Like you don't need to cast this in order to make this potion. It's just you combining elemental effects of the natural world to make something that equals the same thing as a magic effect, such as you said, it would make a very good druid sort of subclass thing because it's using the natural world to mimic spells.
Right. And that would actually give the druids something to do other than wild shape,
Exactly.
which is their
I'm
only
totally
thing.
down for creating this book.
Oh yeah. Honestly, I would love to work with you to like just create new classes for my RPG.
Oh, I'm down.
Like I know I haven't reached out because I want to make sure I get the actual rules set in stone and functional. But like I definitely want to not be the only person designing.
Yeah. Because I can already see like a whole few chapters being on like arcane focuses, how to make them, full detailed explanations, as well as
What makes them special?
yeah. And then like another chapter being a whole bunch of different subclasses that have specifically alchemy. And then like alchemy druids, alchemy rogues that are like more like poisoners maybe.
One thing that I want to do, which seems ambitious, is I want to have 10 subclasses for each class in the core book.
Ooh, that is ambitious.
But at the same time, each subclass only advances 3 times. So it's not like super hard, but like they need to all be unique and distinct.
Yeah.
Actually, one of the things you mentioned made me think of something really cool, but I need to go grab a book off of my shelf to have it in hand. So I'll be right back.
Awesome. And then there were 2. There?
Hello.
Hi. So what
I
you been
might
working on?
Something for school.
Nice. Are me and Andrew basically your nerd podcast for you at this point?
Yeah, but I might leave soon.
Oh, I also might leave soon. Like
Yeah.
I should.
Oh, he's
probably
back.
go to bed now. But around like 10, I think is normally bedtime for me. So.
The one thing that I had thought of that you were saying that was really cool was, one thing I am always guilty of is I love MCDM stuff and Matt Colville stuff.
Mm-hmm.
They did the Arcadia magazine a while ago, and inside of Arcadia number 8 from September of 2021, they did an entire article on monstrous components, which lets you swap out spell components for different bits of monsters that you can harvest.
That's fun.
Ooh,
So
that's fun.
Yeah.
Oh, and that brings also intrigue for like different components. Like, okay, let's defeat this griffin atop this hill that we've been hearing about from the town. So I can
Adventure
cast
hooks.
fireball.
Right. So there's rules for harvesting things from creatures, but then like here I'm just looking at the Aboleth list here. Aboleth's Eye. When you cast the spell Legend Lore using this component, you learn an additional person, place, or object of legendary importance.
Ooh.
That's really cool.
So you get buffs.
Right.
So you buff the spell.
It buffs the spell because you're using different components that you pulled off of a monster.
I also really dig. I don't know if it was a Matt Hovell thing or not, but I forget who it was or when it was, but essentially, monsters having weaknesses, and by knowing that weakness, you have like advantage or like you deal extra damage. Like say, of course, there's like the immunities and the vulnerabilities of monsters, but like going further into that, like if you attack a rock's left eye.
Mm-hmm.
Or left leg or something, like that's its weak point, and you will like deal more damage.
Mm-hmm.
And like it was very much like Witcher-esque. Like, as long as you brandish a copper sword, this fight will be much easier for you, adventurer.
That's one of the things that I've been trying to kind of play with and toy with, just trying to have organized encounters where you target one thing first, second, third, etc., and it will make the encounter rapidly differently. Mm-hmm. I also think I've heard that sort of thing before, but I don't know exactly where, and that does also frustrate me. But that was one of the things I was trying with the Agent of Black Irons and the Lamp guy. If you could have this be an incredibly hard, almost lethal battle if you target the Black Irons guy first. But if you target the Lamp guy first, like, it's gonna go down real easy.
Yeah.
Because it's just order of combat. But yeah. Yeah, no. Arcadia 8, I highly recommend checking it out because it's so cool.
Will do.
I think they're up on this on the MCDM site for like 99 cents each, which is a steal.
Heck yeah. Alright. Anywho, been really fun.
Oh, yeah.
I am both tired and really need to pee.
Fair enough.
That's fair.
So, I hope you all have a good night, and I'll hopefully see you next week.
Sounds good. See you
You
then.
too.
Bye.
Have a
Yeah.
good one, everybody.
See ya.
Also, Andrew,
Bye.
definitely contact me with the classes and
Oh, yeah.
stuff. For
You are in the chat for it, where
Heck yeah.
all of that stuff happens.
Alright.
Yeah, at the very top and pinned to that chat is a link to all of the documents.
Nice.
Like, you can just open it up and read everything.
I'll check it out. Okay.
Yeah.
Have a good one.
Yep,
Sorry,
see ya.
I really need to hear.
Yeah.
Yep, see it.
See ya.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye.